It is time for the big one. Hello and welcome to the third round of the Contender Series Bronze Split here at the Virtual Motorsport Series. And welcome to France, where we'll be racing at the Circuit de la Sarthe tonight here in the middle of France. It's 13.626 kilometers of racing track, 38 corners, and a top speed of around 330 kilometers an hour. So plenty of racing action and some spectacular corners and track here for us tonight, and some other really cool things we're going to show you tonight. One of those things you can already see in the left-hand side of your screen. We're going to take you all through that later on in the race. But first of all, thank you very much for joining us here again. I am joined in the commentary booth by Daniel Krylov, and the stream is being hosted by Niclas Domino once again. So Daniel, welcome back, and this should be a very, very good one here tonight.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah, you said it. The big one. It really is. It's the first endurance round of the Bronx Series. It's 2.4 hours, around nothing less than the most prestigious track there is in endurance racing, Le Mans, which is going to be just fantastic. We got a big qualifying coming up and an even bigger race coming up with all these drivers eager to do their very, very best today. Yeah, and like you mentioned, we got some really tidy and clean looking new thing on the left hand side. You want to take a quick tour through this?
Yeah, for sure. As you said, we have a brand new graphic package really here at the VMS. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we have a new grid order with where you can see all the names of the drivers participating to the top 15 right now, with the individual gaps between them as well. You could already see just a few moments ago that we have now a notifier as to which sector a yellow flag has been triggered. Some information on if they're in the pit lane or out laps or in laps or whatever. So there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Also on the right bottom hand of your screen, the new timer that we use, including a notifier if someone is going quicker or not through a specific sector. So that's 1.7 tenths of a second lost there in the middle sector for Jessica Hoffman at her final lap of this practice session that is slowly coming to an end, and there's a yellow in sector 1. So a lot of new things for us going on. We still need to learn a lot of these things, of course, but it's going to be very entertaining and very interesting to see how all of this comes together. And it should be a great race, of course, to get all these new graphics working and see how well they function. Of course, it's a new system. Things can break, just like Jessica Hoffman almost lost the rear of the car there. Things can go wrong. We're still trying some new things out, so bear with us if anything might not work as well as we have hoped for. So a lot of cool things to come within the next about 3 hours really. We are here tonight about the qualifying and the race. And also a really cool thing that I'm personally a huge fan of, Daniel, is the time progression that we will see during this race. Could you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we will get a full 24-hour cycle now, so it's going to be all by like multiplied by 10 because we have a 2.4-hour race. So therefore, we will get like a simulated 24-hour race. Yeah, and also the precipitation should be somewhat interesting for the drivers. There's some rain forecasted during multiple stages of this race, so that's something that drivers have to adapt as well today. Yeah, so we will get some proper night racing today, which is always bonk. It's always nice to see around Le Mans. Yes.
Yep. So we do have a full day night cycle. It's a bit longer than 24 hours with the times 10. But what is going to be very interesting is with the limited tires that we have. It's 10 tires for both qualifying and the race. But it's going to be very tricky during the colder stages of this race, especially with the new tire update, which makes it so much more important to be on the correct tires at the correct stage with the correct temperatures going on the racetrack itself. So we might see, I'm suspecting we'll see a lot of people starting on their qualifying tires at the start of this race. and then move on to softs later on as we look at the also brand new championship standing graphic there. It's an LM GT3. It's Corbinian Wendele on 43 points, who is leading those standings, with Lorenzo Pescatori in second place on 37 points. It's Bram van der Tang in third on 30, with Romold van Nimmen in fourth on 21. David Schouten in fifth on 20 points. Charles-Antoine Wip on P6 on 16 points. Michael Favero in 7 on 14 points. Jonathan Petrie in P8 on 8 points. Jason Monrose in P9 on 4 points. And Christian Ranzani in P10 also on 4 points. And the P11, it is Patrick Den on 3 points. Philippe Passiers in 12th on 2 points. And Tamala Villard, Ricatori, Leost, Kienbaum, Bourg, Labois, and Mastellari are all yet to score points respectively. So again, a very cool new graphic that we have here tonight for the first time at the VMS, and we have a long qualifying session ahead of us. Of course, it's a 4 to 5 minutes qualifying session that the LMGT3 field has just started. The first 20 minutes will be for our GT3 field, and then there's a 5-minute break and some time for these drivers to finish up their lap times, and then there's 20 minutes for the hypercar field as well. And they will surely need all the time that they can get, with the lap times well above 3 minutes for the hypercars and close to 4 minutes for the GT3 field. So they need every minute they can get to get their lap times in. As we see Kevin Kiemam there from the air in his Lexus. Also cool new name graphic on the bottom. I'm really a huge fan of these graphics. It's very cool to see. And gives us a lot more information as well, being as the commentators itself, to describe to you what is going on out on track. Now, Daniel, we've seen in other races that the McLaren has been quite fast at the top speed, but that was before the latest BUP changes to LMGT3. But what do you think? What cars are going to be very quick out there and should be the ones to watch in LMGT3?
Oh, I can't really have a favorite here, really. I mean, I haven't been really experimenting a lot on Le Mans lately, especially not in the GT3s. But yeah, I think like always in the GT3s, it's very mixed. It's not like there's a huge like favorite here. Of course, the mid-engine cars still look somewhat decent and maybe have a tiny bit of an advantage. Like compared to other cars, to like rear mid-engine, to like front engine cars in particular. But I don't think it's going to be that big of a margin. It's going to be more like how good the driver can adapt to the track, to the conditions, and especially to his car that he chose for this championship. So I don't really think that's going to be, this qualifying session is going to be won by a car, but rather the skills of a driver in this case.
Yeah, for sure. And mistakes are so easy to be made, especially around a track like Le Mans, where it really depends on some particular moments around the lap. For Mulsanne here, for instance, of course, the corner at the end of the long back straight with the 2 chicanes in the middle, and then towards Indianapolis as well. Those are some very tricky braking points and some very, well, crucial points really on the track, and very easy to make mistakes in there. So it really all depends on how well you manage those corners and those sectors or sections on track. And it's going to be really a matter of being able to handle your car the best way that you can, as we see the field making their way through the poor chicanes and nearing the end of their out lap. Remember, no tire warmers in this championship, so they need to get every temperature that they can in the tires before they start their qualifying lap. So especially in the hypercar later on, we're kind of expecting that third lap to be the start of the really quick lap times out there, which is already like 12 minutes into their qualifying session. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these cars manage those first couple of laps. It's very, very easy to lose the car on the cold tires, very easy to bin it, which is not really something that you want in qualifying, especially with the limited tire sets. As you see, Pescatori near the end of his out lap, there's a yellow at sector 3, but it's probably just because of cars going slowly and trying to give each other some room out on track. As we see, still multiple cars in the garage as well. There's a replay of the yellow flag. It's the Lamborghini of, I think it's Bram van der Tang, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just a small connection thing there. So nothing to worry about for now. So 5 minutes into this qualifying session, and Pascatori is on his first flying lap, coming through Sector 1. And I think Sector 1, even though it's quite short, Daniel, it's kind of crucial for a good lap time out here, especially with this exit here onto the Mulsanne. It can make or break your lap time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got it's, I think, the slowest sector there's at Le Mans here, and especially you got this the first chicane, the Dunlop chicane, and then you got Tetre Rouge, which is of course a really tricky part to not get your rear to step out, and of course, like you mentioned, the right-hander Tetre Rouge virage is really like the crucial step to get a good run through the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, that's where all the lap time at the early stages of the lap are located, as we see Tom Willard currently in 16th. Of course, nobody has set a lap time just yet. It is a purple Sector 1 for him for now, but it could just be because there is no lap time on the board just yet. And throughout, he is actually purple, I'm hearing. So there we go. So that actually is the quickest Sector 1 of all for now, with Jonathan Petrie there in the green Sector 1. So that Porsche of Kevin Kienbaum, not Kevin Kienbaum, Tom Willard, of course, there we go, is working really well through Sector 1 and the number 71 Porsche. Now coming through the second Mulsanne chicane and through the kink towards Mulsanne corner at the end of Sector 2. There's Pescatori, who is leading this. He was leading this pack earlier on. He is still leading it. There we've seen Tom Willard in the background, and he is making his way through Mulsanne, as the first LMG3 driver to do so. It's a bit of a rough exit there, just grinding the curb just a little bit there. Tom Willard in the background goes a lot smoother, and it's green for him so far. So no purple sectors for the McLaren. It's green for Tom Willard as well in Sector 2, so someone else has gone really quickly through Sector 2 then. I think it's really difficult, especially in well, both Hypercar and LMG3 really, to find that correct balance of top speed and the downforce that you need, especially through fast corners like Indianapolis that we just saw now coming up to Arnage or Pescatori. It's really difficult to find that correct balance between the top speed, but also maintaining the downforce, especially on the rear, that you kind of need for those high-speed corners through Indianapolis and the Porsche curves later on. That I would imagine it's very tricky as a driver or as a setup maker to get that really right there.
Yeah, you really need to hit that sweet spot, because like in quali you can really work your way up with a rather loose rear. It maybe even benefits you because you're just like this one lap and it is what counts, so you're more inclined to take more risks. But given we are driving 2 hours and 40 minutes here, you have to like in the race it's more like of a compromise and really hit, like you see it, if you touch a curb in this corner, it's really uplifting your rear a bit and you're just losing every kind of downforce. Great save by Pescatori here. So yeah, it's really a deal of how much risk am I willing to take, and how fast can I possibly be without really crashing on this really long qualifying lap, the longest lap there is at all calendar long.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw at the Le Mans Virtual in, I think, 2023 with Max Verstappen driving in the LMP2 car. Then on Portugal 2, I think he had a very loose rear on that car throughout the race as well. It was a full 24-hour race, and that car eventually crashed in the Ford chicanes, if I'm not mistaken, halfway through the race, and then just kind of DNF because of how loose that rear was. So it's very... It can get you very quick lap times out of it, but it's very difficult to keep it on the road. So you need to find that sweet spot, as you were talking about. As Tom Willard is on provisional pole right now, with 2/10 ahead of Kevin Kienbaum, both in the 358s. It is Pescatori on 5/10 behind in third, with Tang in 7th, Bram van der Tang, and Ranzani at second behind in 5th place. Patrick Den coming through as well. It's a decent lap for him so far, losing a bit of time in Sector 2, but it's a good Sector 1 then. And now through the fourth chicane on the final corner, looking rather clean. Should be a good lap time. And it's P6, so that's 4 minutes 0986, so 2.5 seconds behind as Van Nimmen goes 6 fastest now on a 4 minutes and 3.46 tenths of a second. With Charles Biff coming through Sector 2 now. So there's a couple of drivers going off sequence here, Daniel. Is there any strategy to that? Is it just finding some space out on track, or what could be the reason behind that?
I mean, I think it's rather that, yeah, I mean, finding some space is always ideal for a qualifying session. I mean, on a big track like Le Mans, it's not really that difficult to get this, especially if you got a separated LMGT3 and hypercar qualifying session. You'll get some space. I mean, around these 13.6 kilometers, you will get a sweet spot for doing all of your laps without getting interrupted by anything, rather than maybe some I don't know, crashes or some very slow cars. But yeah, it's also just being like kind of alone and not really having any other cars like surrounding you, although that's in my opinion a bit of a driver's preference, because some drivers like to have cars around them so they can like compare themselves just visually to them, like how is the gap, how is everything. But some others, like drivers, do not want that because it's really interfering with their focus and their way of driving.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Kevin Kienbaum going very quick through Sector 1 and 2. It's a purple Sector 1 for him in the Lexus. And now coming up to the Porsche chicanes, Porsche curves, I should say, at the end of the lap. I can also see, of course, with the new track map, it's really clear to see where all the cars are located. So it's quite a bundle of cars now at the end of the lap, with 2 now at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. So a lot of space out on track there, especially in Sector 1 and 2, for cars to slot in and have a bit of room out on track. But it's still quite clustered together for now. As we see Pescatori also completing his second flying lap. He's currently in third, 7/1 of a second behind on Tom Verlaat, who's still a provisional pole, as Vendele now goes quickest in the Porsche as well, at 57.8. So almost 6 tenths clear of Tom Verlaat in the second Porsche, as Pescatori climbs the fourth chicanes and nears the end of his lap. Looking very decent indeed. It's a 59.1, so he remains in fourth and a second behind. As Kevin Kienbaum now goes quickest still in a 57.5, so very good lap time by Kevin Kienbaum, who puts his Lexus on the front row. Petri going 7th quickest, 2 seconds behind. Manzani in P6 now, so Kienbaum very quick indeed, 3 tenths clear of Vendele and almost 9 tenths of a second clear of Tom Verlaat. He was still in third. Multiple drivers now going back to the pit lane, so I think that's their qualifying pretty much done for now, though they're choosing just to do a single run on those, of course, very limited tires. They have 10 tires for the whole event. And with the colder temperatures that we will see during the night, of course, it's you really need to be on the correct tire at the correct moment there, with the new tire update, especially in Hypercar later on. But in GT3, it's just as important, although I think they only have one compound throughout the session. There you go. So that's no better than for them, but they still might choose to go on their qualifying tires at the start of this race later on. We will see how all that plays out. Van Nimmen nearing the end of his lap in the 8th placed number 80 Lamborghini Huracan. A bit wide at the end of that sector, but it's still a good lap, and it's a 59.4, so up to 6th now. As actually Boom van der Tang is on his out lap now as well, with Wip also completing or on another lap. Currently in P10. But there's still quite a lot of cars in the pit lane who have not set a lap time. I'm not sure if they have any penalties or not, but could it be just a strategy as well for a race like this, where it's a long way to go, and just wait it out and focus on the race, save your tires a little bit? Could it be a strategy for those guys?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the longer the race, the longer the race, less important qualifying gets because you get more time to like pick up your places if you're aware that your pace is decent and is working fine. So that may be a thing because you have a tire advantage at the end of the race, and yeah, that's a good thing. But also, in some cases, it's maybe better to just set one lap to like sort out drivers who are like significantly slower than you, so you don't have as much work to do at the start. And also, it could be just like drivers waiting out for maybe a tiny change of conditions. Like because the more track time or the more cars are driving at the track, the faster the track gets because there's more rubber all around, which makes the track more grippier. So maybe they just waiting on that, but yeah, it could be both, to be honest.
Yep, as Bip is now completing his flying lap as well. I don't see a time in Sector 2. However, we didn't receive a message on it being track limits either, so I'm not really sure what's the story there. That's also a new thing. We now do get a message if it's track limits, and I'm hearing it is track limits indeed, so we just missed that message. There we go. So he will have another flying lap to go. It's about 5 minutes left in the LM GT3 qualifying session. As Jonathan Petrie comes through the Porsche curves as well in his Ferrari. And it's looking nice and tidy so far through Porsche. It's a bit wide there, but he keeps it just nice and tidy enough. And now through to the Ford chicane. And that's Tomala on an outlap as well. I think Leost just completed his outlap as well. So we'll have two other drivers who will be setting a lap time here in just a few moments' time. Jonathan Petrie is now in 8th, 2.2 seconds down the road, and he improves to P6. P7 now with a 59.3. As Ranzani goes in P5 on a 58.9. So good stuff there as well. But the top 4 has remained the same throughout for a couple of minutes now. It's still Kevin Kienbaum on provisional pole in his Lexus, with Mendele and Villard in P2 and P3, and Pascatori in 4th position. As Van der Tang still being shown on this outlap. He has been shown that for quite a while now, so I'm not sure if he actually is on this outlap then. But we will find out soon enough. Tomala is back in the pit lane as well. He is on the outlap. There we go. So that was just me being impatient then. And it should be a new livery as well, as I'm hearing. So the number 8 Lamborghini Huracan sporting a new white and black livery there. Looking very clean indeed. And he starts his first and only... oh, no, that's first. There we go. But his last flying lap, he's currently in P6. So one final shot for him at this qualifying session. I do quickly want to touch on Tom Verlaat. He's now in 3rd, Daniel. We've seen him kind of struggle throughout the season with not the greatest performances. Van der Tang goes over track limits, so it's his lap done. Oh, yeah. But being in 3rd now, this should be, I think Tom Verlaat will be very happy with the 3rd place here.
Yeah, this for sure will elevate his mood, because I mean, a good qualifying result doesn't mean you get a good race. But I mean, it's a big confidence booster, which is always important for these kind of competitions. Yeah, and also just like having with this confidence in your bag, it's way more easier to like get a good race, because you think, yeah, I've done pretty well here, I've got good pace to show. So it's all just a bit easier, I think, like mentally for him. Yeah. And also qualifying great at the big one at the Le Mans to 2 hours and 40 minutes. Apologies. I think you get more points for this, so it's more prestigious, and just you want to get a better result here than you will at other rounds.
Yeah, for sure. As we mentioned, there is more points on the table here. I think the points are times 1.5. So instead of the 25 points, it is, let me just quickly check. It's 38 points for a win, 27 points for a 2nd place, and 23 points for a 3rd place. So almost a race win in a normal race for third place there. So it's really, really important to score some good points through the endurance rounds, and well, able to be able to score, end up as high as possible at the end of this championship. Of course, we're now at the third round, so there's still plenty of action to come. We're almost at the half a point already, so it's really flown by so far. But the third round here at Le Mans, the first endurance round of the bronze split, and what a track for it to be that first endurance round. See Wip now in P9 on a 59.5, so he improves a bit there as well. As Van Nimme goes, no, that's Leos in P11 now in the BMW as well on a 4 minute and 4/10 of a second. As there's 10 seconds left in the LMP3 qualifying. So Patrick Den will be able to complete this lap, which is looking quite decent, but he is a bit slower than his own lap compared to his own lap. So he is not quicker than his current lap time on the board there. So maybe he's able to improve a bit more through Sector 3 as he comes through Indianapolis now towards Arnage later on. But the Porsche not looking all that quick at the moment. Although 10th place is a decent place to start on, especially during a race where qualifying doesn't matter all that much. That's Pasierp Domala in the end did not set a lap time, so he is still in 14th. Bourg and Monrose also didn't set a lap time. And Bastellari, who is, according to the graphics, still out on track, but I think he see a replay of Leost in the BMW. And just parking it. Probably just got some track limits there. And he is back into the pit lane as a result. So I think that is LMGT3 qualifying almost done. There is Van Nimme, who's still on his last flying lap coming through the Porsche curves. It's a green sector 2 for him. Let's say not too great sector 1 then. So still a lot of work to do to get further off the road than P8. And now coming through the end of the Porsche curves. Wow, very wide there on the exit, almost losing the rear. Patrick Den remains in 10th. And now Van Nimme, it's right on the edge there in the Lamborghini. It's looking very, very aggressive indeed. But is it quick? Bit of a wiggle there as well. Goes up to 6th though. A very nice improvement by Van Nimme, who is now at the 59.0, the highest placed Lamborghini. So I think that's LMP3 qualifying done, Daniel. Any surprises for you?
I mean, Kevin Kiba really stood out. It was an exceptional performance by him. But also, like you mentioned, Villard also having not the best season so far. Finishing like qualifying P3 is really great. But also, like the margins are not big because it's a almost 4 minute lap. So like 2 seconds is not as dramatic as it is on any other circuit, really.
Yeah, for sure. The gaps could have been a lot bigger, a lot smaller on a shorter circuit. So great stuff by everyone. It's Kevin Kienbaum on pole position in LMGT3 with Wendele in 2nd place. Tom Villard, as you said, in 3rd with Pescatori in 4th, with the top 4 remaining the same for the last 10 minutes. It's Ranzani in 5th in the Ferrari with Van Nimme and Van der Tang P6 and P7 in the Lamborghini Hurricanes, very close to one another. Jonathan Petrie in P8, also in the Ferrari. It's Wip in P9 and Patrick Den running up the top 10, 2.4 seconds off the pace. Then Leost in 11th in the end, 3 seconds off the pace, with Bastellari in 12th, 4.6 seconds off. And Pasierp, Domala and Bourg and Monrose did not set a lap time here in qualifying. So we have a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes to the start of hypercar qualifying here at Le Mans. So I would say traditionally the Valkyrie would probably go very quick around here. As we see, I'll just quickly take you through the championship standings and then we'll speak on the hypercar field. It is Trecciani leading the pack after winning in Bahrain and in 2nd place in Monza 2 weeks ago on 43 points, with Di Giacomi in 2nd. Vincent Broquois in 3rd on 23 points and Daniel Maassen in 4th on 20 points. Evan Wengler in 5th and 18 points, with Emmanuel Sawyer in 16th on 16 points. with Jimmy Rebo in 7th on 10 points. Rune Kolman in P8 also on 10 points, with Thibaut Texera in 9th on 8 points, and Mathieu Bottelin in 10th on 6 points. Now we have Olivier Desmoulins in 11th on 4, with Mark Imhoff on 2 points in P12. Ries Valentine, apologies, in 13th on 1 point, and Thomas Gravier also on 1 point in 14th, with Jessica Hoffman, Jeremy Neff, Markowski, and Samuel yet to score any throughout in this championship. But as I was going to say, Daniel, I think traditionally the Valkyrie would go quite well around this track, but given the recent changes to the hypercars and the tires that they're running on, I think that could very well be thrown out of the window. What do you think? What are the cars or the drivers we should be looking out for here tonight?
No, I think Valkyrie is still high on top. Of course, the characteristics of the car remained more or less the same. The new tire model doesn't really interfere with the superb top speed this car has. I mean, maybe there was some minor changes, but like in the it remains one of the toppest, if not the best car at Le Mans, because just of its superb acceleration and top speed. I think high up is also quite remarkable. I think the Toyota is not as bad as I thought it would have been there. But generally the LMHs are really great around here, and also are, since the new update, really the far easier, if you will. So it's not easy to drive a hypercar, neither the LMDH or the LMH. But I think if you choose, I mean, the LMH is a bit easier to control, but it's marginless. Also, I'd see the Peugeot high up there, given it's also very low downforce characteristics. But yeah, I don't think that we will, as in MT3, it won't be that much of a difference in between the cars, but more of the drivers. But if I had to put my money on some cars, it's surely going to be the Valkyries.
Now we can see the hypercars especially just weaving around everywhere, trying to get some temperature up there with this new update that we're running, especially around a track like Le Mans. Oh, as you already see a Valkyrie Jeremy Barreau through the gravel there. So to see replay of it coming into turn 1, kind of proving the point I was trying to make, spinning around. It's really tricky out there right now with those tires, isn't it?
It's really slippery. I mean, we could see him. He was not carrying any unnecessary high speeds. It was really carefully driven, and like in some cases, if you got like out of the box, you need to really wait until the 3rd or maybe even the 4th gear to really go full throttle, even with the high traction control settings which the hypercars do have. So the first couple of laps, like the first and the second lap, I mean the second lap is somewhat okayish, but the first lap is just about like surviving somehow and getting this car in one piece to the finish line, and after that it's going to come more alive, like step by step.
I mean, how much fun is there in that? Because I've driven a bit of it, and I found it very, very difficult. Of course, I'm not as good as these guys out there are, but I think it can be very... Personally, I think it can be very rewarding if you get it right, but I think it can also be very frustrating if you crash on your second lap because the tires are just not up to temperature yet.
Yeah, to warm up the lap, it's no fun at all. Trust me. That's really... It was really a pleasure to have on the first week, I think, of the new tire model, given that it's so difficult and so new to get these temperatures up in the tires. There was like tire warmers in all hypercar races, and I was really glad to have them, because the moment I switched off of these tire warmers, it really was like I needed 5 attempts to not crash like at every corner, because it's really like you're driving on ice, and yeah, it's not a pleasurable experience at all.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I've driven a bit on them, and it's just you're going so slow that even GT3s just overtake you on your out laps. So that's it is very difficult indeed. As we see the first flying laps being started here by the Porsche of Cairo Samuel, the 69 Porsche there. And he had a bit of a rough couple of races so far in this season, so he'll be hoping to score some good points this time around as he goes through Tetre Rouge, keeps it nice and tidy on the track limits, and onto the Mulsanne for the first time. I'm seeing most drivers running on the medium tire. This is the Valkyrie from the Kolman going very wide there, I think, through Tetre Rouge. He is still within track limits, I think, as the timer is still running, but we'll see in a few moments' time. But the most of these guys are opting for the medium tires, I think. Just look on these are the softs, I think, yeah. But do you think that those mediums with hypercar running different set of tires or tire compounds, I think the mediums would be wisest throughout the race, but is there a reason why you would qualify on them as well?
I mean, I've talked to some drivers and they said that the difference between a set of soft tires and a set of medium tires in qualifying is quite large, to be honest. I think it was around a second, maybe 1.5 in like extreme cases. Although I'm unable to verify these information, but I think it's somewhat around this mark. So yeah, it can be very beneficial to like start to qualify on these soft tires, and a possibility would be like to start on your used on new mediums, then go for your used qualifying tires, and then if with the knowledge of potential rain coming up somewhere in this race, you could also just like do a short stint on your old and used soft tires, and afterward just switch to wet tires because they are not limited.
Yeah, that is a big factor, of course, with the rain potentially coming later in this race. I think at the past the halfway point, we're kind of expecting that to happen. Those rain tires being unlimited, there's a bit more freedom there with the strategy for these drivers out there. As we just see in the left-hand side of your screen, the virtual energy bars as well, which is something we can display now a lot more easy than we used to. Jessica Hoffman there on 2 yellow bars, and that is a red bar for Cairo Samuel, which I think means he's below 10%. That's a big crash.
Yeah, that's rearing off.
Yeah, that's Sawyer in a BMW M Hybrid coming through. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's a classic one, I'd say.
Is it a matter of cold tires, or is it just driver error?
I know it's kind of late where he loses, so it could be just like trying to. It's like understeer, and then he maybe tries to correct it by applying just a little bit of brakes, which then unsettles the car maybe just a tiny bit, which causes this like spin. So it could be like a too fast of an entry, which resulted then in a correction, which afterwards resulted in this one.
Yeah, well, a big hit nonetheless, as we see Daniel Maassen putting down the pace right now in that Peugeot. In the 28th he is, with Cairo Samuel 83 thousandths of a second behind him in the Porsche. Jessica Hoffman in second place in the Toyota, with Dumoulin also the Toyota 2.5 seconds behind Daniel Maassen there. And as Mark Imhoff hits the board there on the exit, but he keeps it within the white lines. He's currently in 13th and up to 4th with a 28.9 in the Peugeot 9X8. Jeremy Barrault coming through in the Valkyrie nearing the end of his first lap as well. It's a good sector 1. It's a not too great sector 2 there. And now coming through the Ford chicane. Could be a good lap there, up to 5th and 29.1. So about a second off Daniel Maassen. So Daniel Maassen really putting in a good lap there at the early stages of this qualifying session. To see replay of Tatiani causing a yellow flag somewhere. Could this be just a connection issue? Did it lose it somewhere? Yeah, it's just a connection thing there. So we're having some small stutters here and there, so bear with us if those things happen. It's just, well, those things happen with online racing, of course. As Maassen again is going very quickly indeed, but the Porsche of Vince Cosa also going very quickly indeed. The purple Sector 1, that's not really the car that we've mentioned, but the Porsche being such an all-round vehicle, it looks really quickly out there.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, even Kara Samuel showed us he's really up at the top, not even separated by a tenth of P1. So yeah, really remarkable car to drive. I've driven it kind of a lot since the new update, but yeah, I think it just handles a lot better than it was before the update, because before the update it really seemed heavily overweight. Like all the braking zones were really a pain to endure, because you had to like brake 15 meters earlier than your competitors, which of course in a race is suboptimal for doing overtaking and so on. So yeah, it's nice to see this car coming alive again, sort of. I mean, it was a good all-rounder before the update as well, but it's looking to be even more competitive than it was before.
Yeah, for sure. It's looking very quickly out there indeed. There's a yellow Sector 3 again. Mattia Bartolin coming through in 7th place. He showed some good pace in the practice earlier on. It's not a amazing Sector 1 and 2 for now. But he does go quickest by over half a second, so 27.4. That's very quick indeed by the Ferrari 499P driver. And Mattia Bartolin putting on the pace, and now Vince Cosa going quicker still. 1.8 seconds quicker than Mattia Bartolin in the Porsche 963 there, with Hoffman slotting in behind a 27.2 as she parks her Toyota there. Oh, that's a big off there by Mark Imhoff. Oh, that's a massive hit by the Peugeot driver. Let's see the replay then into the Porsche curves.
Oh. There's nothing he could really do there. Oh, and that's also, I think, the new thing. The rear left tire, the rear right tire is not to be used then. I think because it fell off with the new update. The new rule change came in that like tires that's been off the car by accident are not to be used again. So the strategy of using his qualifying tires, I think, will not entirely work out for him. But likely he has 2 spare tires, given he has 10 tires at all in general.
Yeah, that's a massive hit for Mark Imhoff, and I suspect that his qualifying done. Yeah. And this car was being held up quite a bit there through the Porsche curves. The Valkyrie of Kolman, who is right now in 13th, not having set a lap time just yet. So he was lucky not to hit the Peugeot even bigger, or a lot more there, but he was able to avoid it just about. But it is a good shot, of course, with him crashing like that. The set itself, the tire set itself, will be heavily flat spotted for the race. So I doubt he would even want to use it. But with a tire blowing off, that's just a tire you cannot use at all anymore. So that will be difficulty for him come the race in about 10 minutes time. Meanwhile, Riccardo Trecciani is on a flyer there. It's a green Sector 1 and a purple Sector 2 there. And yeah, coming through the
Vince Cosa also setting 2 purple sectors in Sector 1 and 2.
There we go. So 2 of those guys really are flying out there. Trecciani currently still in 15th. And with the 98 Cadillac V-Series looking very quick out there in its striking pink-blue livery. And this could very well be the quickest lap of the session so far. Coming through the Ford chicane. You can hear it downshift at the roaring American muscle car towards the start-finish line. It's second now, so it's 6/10 behind Vince Cosa, who is, like you said, on 2 purples as well. This could be a very good lap time for Vince Cosa.
Yeah, that's going to cement his pole position, provisional pole position, even more. He was even faster in the second sector than Trecciani was. 1/10 clear of him in the first sector, 1/10 clear in the second sector. Let's see what the third sector will bring for him.
Yep, coming through the Porsche curves, it's looking very nice and tidy indeed. And to the final section of this racetrack. Into the fourth chicane. The number 19 Porsche looking very well out there indeed. Mattia Bartolin going to third on a 28.2. And Vince Costa already on a provisional pole position. And he makes it 3 purple seconds, a 25.4. So he goes 2/10 quicker than his last lap time. That's a incredible lap by Vince Costa. And 25.4 is very, very quick indeed. With Trajani on 0.8 of a second behind. Mattia Bartolin also on 0.8, so just behind Trajani. Di Giacomi in fourth on 1.5 seconds behind Jessica Hoffman in fifth. Daniel Maassen in sixth position with Kyle Samuel also in the Porsche on seventh. Both of those drivers crucially on an outlap again. So both of them opting to go for another set of tires or at least another run on tires there. They will land now in eighth on a 28.7. Mark Imhoff, after the huge crash we saw earlier on, he will remain in P9 at the highest. The Valkyrie from the Kolman is looking quick as well, so he should be making up some places there. Currently in 15th, not having set the lap time. Keeping it nice and tidy. It's a 28.8, so P9 right now, ahead of Mark Imhoff. And 3.4 seconds off the pace for now. Di Giacomi also in the Valkyrie, looking very quick though. Multiple drivers not having set a lap time, including the 2 BMW M hybrids in the hands of E. Sawyer, who we saw having a big crash, of course, earlier on as well, and Markovski also not having set a lap time. So both BMW drivers starting at the back of the field, with a 21.9 now for Jeremy Barrault in the other Valkyrie. So the Valkyries of Barrault and Kolman not really working all that well right now. The Giacomi is the highest Valkyrie. 1.5 seconds off the pace. We see replay of the Ferrari number 50, which will be Mattia Bartolin. Just losing the rear into the first Mulsanne chicane, or the second Mulsanne chicane, apologies, and parking it. There is still 4 minutes left in the session. That is Jules, I believe. Let me just check. Jeremy Neff, of course, there we go, in the 911 Porsche 963. That's a lot of nines and a lot of numbers there in that name. Currently in 15th, not on a lap time so far. Could this be that strategy that you were talking about earlier, Daniel, about just waiting on the track to rubber in and have a bit more grip?
Yeah, it could be really. I mean, not setting any kind of lap. Either he just like said, come on, I would just, you know, wait until everyone is doing their lap, so I'll just be alone on track, and like I mentioned, not having any disturbing surroundings. But yeah, also it could be like Marginus to like, yeah, I'll get a bit more grip because more rubber is on the track now. Yeah, as well, both is possible. We can't know, but Neff is also in the garage now, so yeah, maybe it was just like a tiny test ride of the box.
Let's see what happened. It's the first Mulsanne chicane, and he lost it there. Oh, that's a big off.
It wasn't a test drive then.
It wasn't, no. Let's see if he lost the wheel there as well. It looked like a very big hit, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh, that's a camera that we can no longer use then.
No, I think all tires,
I think it should still be there, yeah.
Yeah, and the spin was not as, like, not on high speed, so the tires should be somewhat all right still. I mean, he will surely feel the tiny flat spot there, but it's nothing compared to what we saw with, I think it was Mark Imhoff, who crashed into the Porsche cars.
Yeah, for sure. That was a huge crash there by Mark Imhoff earlier on. As you see, Daniel Maassen is currently the only driver still out on track. This is the crash of Mark Imhoff. We saw a couple of minutes ago a huge loss of the rear coming through the Porsche chicane, losing the rear wheel crucially. As Daniel was mentioning, you can no longer use that tire throughout the race at all, which doesn't bode very well for him. As indeed Daniel Maassen is the only driver still out on track. He's currently in 5th position, 1.5 seconds off the pace. So, he has the whole track and the whole broadcast to himself there. There's a lot of fans for him always in the YouTube chat, so they'll be happy with it, with that. And currently in P5. He should be able, I think, to improve on that a
looks
little
slow.
bit.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think he called it a day as well.
Yep, there you go. So with a minute to go, that's the hypercar qualifying done with all the drivers in the garage. So let's take a look then at the results of hypercar qualifying. It is Vince Cossa on a enormous lap at 25.4. Great job by him. 0.8 of a second clear of Riccardo Tracciani in the Cadillac, who's second place. Mattia Botalan in third in the Ferrari 499P with the Giacomi in fourth position, 1.5 seconds off the pace. Daniel Maassen, 1.5 seconds in fifth in the end for him, with Jessica Hoffman in sixth, so she'll be happy with that. Cara Samuel in seventh, 2.7 seconds off the pace in the second Porsche, with Dumoulin in eighth. Rune Kolman in P9 there, 3.5 seconds off, and Mark Imhoff after that enormous crash that we saw earlier in P10. Then we have Jeremy Barrault in the second Valkyrie, the third Valkyrie, I should say, in 11th, with Zupan in P12. And Teixeira, Stegeman, Neff, Sawyer, and Markowski failed to set a lap time, with, of course, Sawyer also having that enormous crash coming through Tetre Rouge. So no surprise, really, that he wasn't able to put a lap time on the board later on. But that is all your qualifying done, as we might see a replay of that crash. That is Sawyer limping home in the stricken BMW M Hybrid after the crash that we saw earlier on. So I think he might have had a... Oh, there we go. This is the crash that we were speaking of coming into Tetre Rouge. I think his first flying lap, still cold tires and just losing the rear, losing his rear wing as well. And his qualifying pretty much done and dusted. Well then, that is the qualifying for the 2 hour and 40-minute race here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, done and dusted. So let's take you through the grid again. As you can see here on the bottom of your screen, the names we just mentioned, with the Porsche on the pole position. And so I'm kind of surprised with how the Valkyries kind of failed to put any big... failed to make their mark, so to say, Daniel. They didn't really come that far, other than the Giacomi in fourth. But I'm kind of surprised with how they performed here today.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I put my money on them, so surely not a good trade-off for me. But yeah, it's a bit surprising to see. But like I mentioned, it's not. Luckily, with the new BOP change, it's not that big of a difference if you're driving that or this car. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big issue for the Valkyrie drivers in this race, because clearly with the top speed is beneficial in the race even more than it is in the qualifying session.
Yeah, that will be the crucial part throughout the entire race. If you cannot overtake because your top speed is not there, then, well, good luck defending your position or improving on your starting position, especially for the drivers behind. So the Porsche could be a bit on the threat there at the early stages of this race, as we hear the formation lap, or the somewhat formation lap, starting in about a minute, I believe. So the drivers now making their way to the grid for the start of this race. If we see the final starting row on the starting grid, with Monroe's there on row 17. So there it is. It is a minute and, well, 0 seconds now to the start of this, the third round of the VMS Contender Series Bronze Split here at Le Mans, the endurance round, the first endurance round for bronze. And the grid is slowly but surely taking shape. There you can see again the lovely new graphic that we have. Again, it's still all very new. It's still in a beta version, so things can probably will break at some point. But just stay with us, and we'll try and fix it as well as we can. And it should provide for both you at home and us here in the commentary box with a lot more information and a lot more insight into what is happening in the race than the graphics that we had earlier on. So it should be very, very cool indeed, with a lot of new things that we can show you here tonight. It's 14 seconds left in sort of qualifying. So I'm just going to quickly ask you, Daniel, predictions. Who is your race winner?
I mean, it's hard not to get on Kosa with this superb qualifying performance, but of course qualifying is not everyone and not everything. So I think it's going to be Kosa, Triciani, or some of the Valkyries, but not strong. It's hard to decide, but I'll put my money on Kosa.
There we go. So I think I'm going to say something different. I'm going to say for Bortolem. He's looked very impressive in the practice, so I'll pick the Ferrari, and then LMT3 I think it's going to be either Windele or Kienbaum who take the win there, or maybe Pescatori as well. He's looked very quick as well. So I think one of those three drivers.
If I'm just here, I think I'll pick Villard as some of the underdogs as well.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good shout. Here we see him in the third placed Porsche 992, apologies. So he'll be one to look out for as well. And I can only see that's Borg in the pit lane in LMGT3, so I don't think he'll be making the start. But there's 14 LMGT3 drivers and at least 15 hypercar drivers in the field here tonight. We are slowly making our way to the start of this 2-hour and 40-minute race here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. The number 19 Porsche of Vince Cosa on pole position, followed by Riccardo Triciani and the Cadillac V-Series. Bortolem in third in the Ferrari 409P, Giacomi in fourth in the Valkyrie, and Maassen in fifth in the Peugeot. So that's 6 different makes in the top 6, with also the Toyota in P6 with net of Jessica Hoffman. So a lot of diversity in this field as we like to see it. And it's pretty much anyone's to win. We come through the first of the 4 chicanes, climbing over the curbs, and we'll be racing here any moment now after we clear the second chicane. 1 left-hander, 1 right-hander, and then we'll be on the start-finish straight. So we'll be racing here shortly. There's the green flag. Green, green, green. We are racing here at the Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans. And it's the Cosa who has lost the lead already to Triciani, who's now on the outside or inside of turn 1. It's still side by side though. And that's a good launch by Vince Cosa, who remains in the lead. In the background, it's still clean so far. Everyone making it through. Giacomi up into third, having passed Bortolem there, I think. With Hoffman still in fifth before Daniel Maassen there in the Peugeot. And Bortolem on the inside of Giacomi, but he backs out and he is now in fourth position. It's whether we see a penalty for Pescatori, a 10-second penalty for him. I think he jumped the start there, so that's a disappointment for him in LMGT3. All of these drivers still driving well so far. Bortolem on the outside of the Valkyrie, coming to the first Mulsanne chicane. Yellow flag in sector 2 somewhere. Also drive through for Leost, so probably some track limits there. 3 wide now into the first chicane with Hoffman on the inside. Good to get the move done on both of them. Well, at least on Bortolem, so that's up into fourth with the Valkyrie cutting the chicane there. Well, he might have to back off with the track limits there. That's a good run for the Toyota, who might go for a move into the second chicane. You see multiple cars in the pit. There's a replay there of that's the McLaren. That's the 86. Oh! That's a big hit with the number 60.
Yeah.
So that's, let me quickly check. I don't have them in my...
Tomal, the Tomala was the Ferrari.
Yeah.
And Sebastiano Mastellari was the Mercedes involved in
there we
accident.
go. There we go. So thank you, Daniel, for that. That's some great insight.
There's a great background. Samuel.
Yeah, taking a lot of cars with them.
Hitting Jeremy Burrow as well. Oh.
He's still sideways.
Yeah.
So that's the Porsche of Carlos Samuel spinning around there into Mulsanne corner. He's on the inside of Daniel Maassen. Does he get tanked? He gets hit there. It's clipping on the Jeremy Burrow indeed, yeah.
Oh.
The question is, was there enough space on the inside for him to be? I thought there was, but...
Yeah, he race over for him, surely.
I think so, yeah. So see another replay of it.
Yeah, he's in the garage. Let's see. No, it was very early contact. It was even like at the apex or maybe slightly before the apex. Oh, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, he's grabbing, so that's him back in the pit lane, and his race done. Oh, no, this is live, so he is still in the race.
Yeah.
Then, so car might be grabbing just a little bit. He's at least still driving, but then also having a penalty now, 10 seconds, so that he'll have to take that during his first pit stop. So see another replay then of that is one of the, I think it's Demoulin then. No, actually, that's Hoffman on the inside of Bortolin. Oh, she loses the rear then.
Yeah, that's
Hoffman out of the race as well.
Yeah.
So a dramatic lap one there. Multiple crashes already in both Hypercar and LMGT3, but it's still Vince Cossa taking the lead there on Riccardo Trecciani, with the Giacomi now in third, Bortolin in fourth, but having a 15-second penalty, I think that is, or a 10-second, 15. There we go. With Maas in the fourth, Demoulin is still in sixth, so it's a good start by Demoulin. Tsupan in seventh, Imhoff in eighth, Texeira 9, and Kolman in P10, with multiple drivers already out of the race, including Sawyer and Stegeman. Samuel, no, he's still driving, and Jessica Hoffman also out. So dramatic opening stuff there. Meanwhile, on LMGT3, it's Vendelle now having the lead ahead of Pescatori, who is in second, also 10-second penalty for him, with Tom Villard in third still. But Kevin Kienbaum has lost a big time there. He's now in fourth in the Lexus, with Wipf in fifth, Van Nimmen in sixth, Petri P7, Ranzani P8, Leos P9, and Bram Vertang in P10. Meanwhile, this will be Imhoff on the inside of the Cadillac of Tsupan. And he should get this job done rather quickly, I would say. Yeah, there we go. So that's the Porsche of the Peugeot 9X8 up into 7th. So that top speed really working well, as you mentioned earlier on, Daniel. The Peugeot really looking slippery on the straight line. And that's Tsupan now having to defend on Teixeira in P9 as well in the Ferrari 499P. Meanwhile, these two Ferraris are fighting up the road. Petri and Ranzani, of course, teammates there, fighting against one another. As we see, that's
Kevin
Leos.
Kienbaum. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's Kevin Kienbaum.
Oh, it is. Oh, no.
I think it's been a Tetra Rouge as well. Hopefully not getting hit.
And a 2-2-1. Is he out of this race then?
Gosh.
He's still driving.
He is.
Yeah, there we go. He's still out on track. Yeah. He's a 13th now.
Yeah. Also confirmation that Kara Samuel has retired from this race after sustaining some severe damage. As we see a Ferrari going very deep to the gravel trap. I think it was Texeira.
It was. Yeah. So that's race over for Cairo Samuel already after one lap in 10th round. I think a bit with Daniel Maassen into Mulsanne. We'll have to see later on if the stewards do anything with that come the end of this race. But I think there was at least some contact involved there. So we'll see what happens after that. It is Texeira who we just saw having a moment in Mulsanne as well. He's now in P9 after dropping back from Imhoff and Tsupan up front. Now the Valkyrie of Kolman breathing down his neck as well. So 7 minutes done in this race, and it's all starting to settle down just ever so slightly. It is still Cossa in the lead, ahead of Trecciani and Giacomi. And our pole sitter in LMGT3, Kevin Kienbaum, is now in 13th position. He's the last runner in LMGT3 after a dramatic opening lap for him. And it's now Vendelle in first with Pescatori, albeit having a penalty in second place. As you can see now, also a new thing that we have is you can see how many positions they've actually lost or gained given after the qualifying session. So a lot of places gained in LMGT3 with the likes of Wipf, making up 9 positions already. So that might include the DNFs as well there. So that's could be why they've gained so many places, but at least a good start still for Wipf. You see that's Texeira and Tsupan into the fourth chicane. Oh, there's a big hit there. He can't really go too wide there. Yeah, and he finds that out the hard way. That really doesn't work too wide there, does it?
No, not at all.
Oh, and just both of them spinning around there actually. So.
Yeah. But luckily no really severe damage caused by that, hopefully. Yeah.
I wouldn't say so. No, as we I think this is Manuel Sawyer who is still in this race as well in 14th position, albeit half a minute down on Neff. Oh, is that a? Oh no, that's one of the Ferraris. Yeah, that's one of the DCS racing teams.
Yeah.
It is Ranzani actually. Yeah. Oh. Just hitting the side, coming through the opening stages of the Porsche curves. And losing a lot of places there in the number 18 Ferrari. That might be some suspension. Well, he is still continuing though, so he is still in this race, but that's the DCS racing team won't be too happy with that. Just again a yellow flag in sector 2 somewhere. But this battle really is heating up there with both Kossa and Tetjan within a tenth of a second there still. I think it was... not really sure who was the yellow flag for, but anyway, this battle is kind of heating up now within a second as the rest of the field is slowly falling behind these two leaders in hypercar. The Porsche are really, both the Porsche and the Cadillac really pulling away at these early stages of the race. In the background is Giacomi leading Bartolone and Maassen, who are still able to stay in a slipstream of one another and keeping Giacomi on his feet. Demoulin and the Toyota in the background there in P6. And now it's really just a it's a DNF for for a GT3 there. Ranzani is out of this race. So that's the GT3 car that we saw
DCS.
crashing out earlier. Yeah. The DCS racing team indeed crashing out earlier into the Porsche car. So he is out of this race. Let's see, did he have another incident somewhere? He might very well have.
Oh. And I think that's Ranzani as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same driver having another incident.
I mean, that's also the thing with the tire model in both classes. After you get one lockup, you are inclined to have massive loss of grip for like the next 1 or 2 laps because of the temperatures just peaking so high up and the flat spot generating high vibrations, which results in very low grip at some stages because you are basically having one piece of your tire just being sort of squared or flat, given flat spot the name. So yeah, you need to have some kind of lap time, some kind of time driven, so that's the tire easing out a bit. So in these 2 to 3 laps where you can really feel this flat spot, you're really more inclined to get a rear, to lose your rear, or to just do more more issues, to have more issues and to do more mistakes.
But how difficult is that? Especially LMP3, of course, it does have ABS. I can imagine it's a bit easier to drive around flat spots that way, but I think it might also just be, I don't know, I think it can be very difficult, of course. So how difficult is that in LMP3 to drive with those flat spots?
I mean, it depends on what flat spot. You get like a flat spot after a spin, so you got like your rear or like on the right hand tires flat spot. It doesn't really make a big difference if you got ABS or not, because driving on the straight, driving through corners, you're always feeling your steering wheel also vibrating very lot, and also you're getting like huge grip loss. But I think it's rather equal among both classes, as we see Mathieu Bortolon trying to defend against the Aston Martin Valkyrie FE of Giacomi there.
Yeah, he's just overtaken Giacomi in the first Mulsanne chicane, so now having to defend on the Valkyrie driver behind him. As you see, multiple other DNFs there. This is Thibaut Texera in the Ferrari 499P. After, I think that's in the final Porsche curve there, having a spin or a crash. Oh, that's a massive snap.
Yeah.
Does he hit the wall as well? I don't think he does, no. But speaking of flat spots...
Yeah, this is not ideal. I mean, surely with the new update you lost good 30 to maybe 20% of your tire life, and even more so, you lost high performance because the percentage of tires are not equal like how good your tires are, because you can drive your tires cleanly and have 80% or 60% wear left, and you can just like get a flat spot at the first lap, and your tires will feel much worse after this one issue and one mistake than after a normal wear.
Yeah, exactly. It's very tricky to drive with tires that are not round anymore, especially. That's kind of the gist of it. It's very difficult. Oh, that's the Markovski, the BMW, going off into Indianapolis. Let's see replay of that. The 10th position, the number 10 car as well, and also in P10, I believe. Oh, it goes just deep into Indianapolis. Oh, I think he's just about...
Yeah, came to a halt. So
yeah. So very lucky indeed not to have hit the wall there in the BMW. And he continues on. He's currently in P10, just ahead of Zupan, that is, in the Cadillac V Series. About 5 seconds behind Jeremy Barrault in P9. And of course, something else that's really handy now with these new graphics is that on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see where these cars are all located on track. So you can see the red dots are your hypercar field, and they're slowly making the way towards the LMGT3 field as well. So lapping traffic should be coming up in about a minute or 10, I think, looking at how long we've driven and how long there is still to go. So it should be about 10 minutes, I think, till we see those hypercars coming up on the LMGT3 field. Some more DNFs then as well in both classes. Texera, as we said, is out of this race, as well as Nepf, who is still in the pit lane, but he won't be continuing anymore, I don't think. With Stegeman in also DNFing. Kevin Kienbaum, your pole man in LMGT3, is also out of this race, as well as Ransani, that we saw crashing out earlier. So the Lexus of Kevin Kienbaum, a very disastrous opening lap, really. Not continuing on anymore this evening. So he is out of this race. And that is the replay of... oh, that's the same BMW. Oh, that's a massive hit.
Yeah.
And the rear as well. That's a very easy mistake to make, and I think that's his race done. There we go as well. So that is Markovski also out of this race, unfortunately, in hypercars. So only 11 hypercars still running after less than 20 minutes. So Le Mans, it looks like a very easy track, Daniel, but it really clearly isn't.
No, not at all. I mean, you've got to prepare yourself for like the big challenge, because you have all kinds of characteristics a racetrack may have in one, compressed into one piece of asphalt. So you have to set up your car to this. You have to set up mentally for this, and yeah, it's not an easy challenge. I mean, it also from the broadcast it looks like, yeah, these drivers just have to like go straight for I don't know how long, then brake to a chicane, and afterwards the lap is done. But Le Mans is really tricky, a very tricky and technical lap and racetrack, especially the third and the first sector being very, like the third being very high speed, very easy to make mistakes, and the first one being quite low speed and having lots of tricky corners that are really like can make or break your lap.
Yeah, for sure. It's very easy to make those mistakes, especially around the tricky corners that you were mentioning in Indianapolis or Mulsanne or the fourth curves. It's very easy to make a big mistake there, and well, DNF as you can tell from the overlay. Meanwhile, for P2 in LMGT3, this is Tom Villard in the Porsche 992 on the inside of Pescatore, but the top speed of the McLaren is really working wonders there. He's just not able to clear it, and deep on the brakes there, Tom Villard in the 71 Porsche, and he makes it stick for now, and I think that's his position there. Yep, up into P2. That is a good move, but Pescatore has a better exit than in the McLaren 720S, and he might be able to move down the inside then. He's still on the rear end of that Porsche. Might be pushing him there.
It looks like some kind of sort of bump draft thing, yeah?
I think he's giving him bump draft there. I'm not really sure why, but it does look like it. The incident points on this game don't like that. That's for sure. But Tom Villa remains in the lead, or remains ahead of Pescatori, who is now in 3rd position. And that's the Porsche up into 2nd. So that's a Porsche 1-2 now in LM GT3. Now, Daniel, someone asking in the chat and kind of, well, you know, justified as to doesn't really understanding why everyone is DNFing. It's a long race. So it's just kind of desperation for these drivers, or what could be the reason?
I mean, you're competing at a very, very high level. You are competing among the best, and people like, I mean, Kevin Kimball aren't really satisfied with nothing but 1st place, and having like these issues so early on into the race is not really promising a good end of the race for sure. You could argue, yeah, that's a bit desperate. Yeah, that's like a lack of the right mindset. But I mean, these guys have put in so much hours and hard work to getting everything right for this race, for this exact race, for this exact moment. And then having such a frustrating kind of incident is just, yeah, sort of so frustrating that you don't even see a point in even finishing this, because doing like 3 hours of racing to be a back marker and maybe scoring points, and even if you're scoring points, not even a handful of points, is maybe just easier to like have this count as a drop round and carry on to the next one.
Yeah, of course. If this were a drop round for these drivers, you would miss out on a lot of points there, with the points being one and a half times instead of the regular points tally. So ideally, you wouldn't really want this to be a drop round.
No.
But for multiple drivers, it for sure will be the case of it being a drop round. To see still Giacomi ahead of Daniel Maassen, and he's still behind both of them, still following Bortolan. Then of course they both know Bortolan has a 15-second time penalty with his first pit stop coming up in about 25 minutes, so they might as well just be biding their time here and just kind of holding back, knowing that they'll be able to get past you know, shortly anyway, and not wanting to take any risk there. So that could be an option. That's not really, I'm not really sure if that's their style, Daniel. I think most drivers would just want to get past on track, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
We are on board with the Porsche, the leader of this race, Vince Cossa. Coming through the Ford chicanes once again. There's still a long old way to go, so it's just a matter of finding a rhythm here and trying to keep your car in one piece, as so many drivers have already failed to do so, of course. But he is still in the lead, about the second clear of Tecciani. So see the first of the GT3 field here up the road. This is Leost up there in the BMW, number 11th placed in the GT3 field. Slowly but surely we will see the GT3 field play a role in this race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in every endurance round, it's really, in every multi-class race. As we see, I think Michael Markowski DNFing as well after his big hit and sitting in a garage there. I mean, GT3s, and for both GT3s and hypercars, traffic can break or make your race. It can be beneficial if you're chasing a car and the car before in front of you is getting some kind of tricky overtaking or tricky lapping. So that's something you hope for, but in most cases it equals out at some point. So when you have great traffic, you can prepare yourself that it won't be that for the whole endurance of the race.
Yeah, for sure. As we saw there, the leader being held up just a little bit at the first round of traffic. This is Thierry Bibereau coming in. I think just parking his car. I think he is out of this race, I do believe, which is a shame. Yet another driver not finishing this endurance round at Le Mans. I just drive out here, so it just might have been just a pit stop then for him. Apologies for that. So that is the first pit stop in hypercar. He is still out there on track, so he'll be coming out. There we go. In P10. That's the first pit stop done. Might just be going a bit off sequence there than with the rest of the field. Is there any strategy to that, Daniel, or it's a bit early in my eyes to go off strategy here, but that might just be me then.
Yeah, it really seems very early. I mean, maybe these drivers know something we don't. But yeah, it seems.
Yeah, there's very much a possibility. Yeah.
But it seems very, very early. But I'm sure he has some sort of excuse to do these decisions. I mean, it's up to his. His race to be decided here. So, I mean, surely he will have thought about this very deeply and picking out the option which fits him, in his opinion, the best.
Yeah, for sure. As you said, I think most of these drivers know things that we don't. So that's a good chance he is just having a different strategy in mind compared to what we would assume is the correct way to go. So he has made the first pit stop, or the first regular pit stop of this race, out in P10. Emmanuel Sawyer in the BMW M Hybrid also still out there on track, albeit about half a lap down. He's 30 seconds behind Jeremy Barrault, but well, he's still out there, so that's really good to see. Of course, we want as much drivers competing in these races as we can, as we see the rest of the field making their way through the LMGT3 traffic for the first time as well. Replay of Jeremy Barrault into the first Mulsanne chicane. Might have had a moment there. Oh, just a bit of a small connection thing then, I think. Yep, there you go. He is still out there on track. So just a small issue with the connection, but he is still there. With the system that we now use, with those, if a driver goes slower than 40 kilometers an hour, we will see a yellow flag pop up. So we're not always sure as to what might have happened with the driver. So we just want to make sure that we see everything going on, including something like this that might have happened with a driver. But he is still running on track for sure. This is Dumoulin in the Toyota, coming through the Porsche curves in the number 8. Oh! It's kind of the same incident that the other Toyota of Jessica Hoffman had as well, and that's race done.
Yeah.
It's kind of identical to what we saw with Jessica there.
Yeah. I mean, did Jessica lose a tire? I'm not sure. But
I think she did.
But from the situation, yeah, it looks pretty similar. Yeah. Tricky corner, to be honest, because you're playing like tiny amounts of brakes to get a good rotation. I mean, do you in the hypercars? I'm not sure, but it's really easy to unsettle your car if you're lifting too quickly, if you're applying too much brakes. And yeah, like I said, to get the balance right at Le Mans is something even the top of the top might overdo or not entirely get right.
Yeah, well, a big hit for sure. So that's both Toyotas out of this race already after some kind of not surprising, but at least motivating pace, or encouraging pace that they had in qualifying earlier on. So just Kaufman, of course, finding the barriers in lap 1. And now the second Toyota, after 27 minutes of racing in the same corner, also losing the rear and out of this race. Meanwhile, it is still Vince Cossa in the lead. He has survived the first round of traffic, and he's still leading on Riccardo Tracciani in second position, about a second between the two. Bortolin has dropped back just ever so slightly. It's about 2 seconds now, with Giacomi within a second of him, and then Danny Massa following him shortly as well. Mark Imhoff is in P6, about 13 seconds behind in the second Peugeot, with Rune Kolman 3.5 seconds behind in the Valkyrie in 7th, with Zupan in P8 in the Cadillac, Barrault P9, Sawyer in P10. Sawyer the final runner. Oh, that's very close there for the Lamborghini Huracan, almost hitting the rear of the Porsche there in the hands of Patrick Den. Oh, now on the inside of a Valkyrie, that's a kind of a defensive move. That's kind of weird to do that there. Not usually something that you see for a GT3 driver. Probably just not really knowing any other place to go then. So almost making contact with Patrick Den up the road in the Porsche 992. but remaining in 7th position, and the Lamborghini Huracan number 80. We're slowly nearing the 2-hour mark, or 2 hours to go mark in this race. It's been a chaotic opening stint in both classes, really, with a lot of DNS already. So hopefully all of these drivers are able to find a bit of a rhythm, find a bit of a consistency in their pace, and just trying to survive as long as they can. Because of course, remember, this will be a very tricky race on multiple parts. Not only is it 2 hours and 40 minutes long, it's also starting a full day-night cycle. So we will drive in the night throughout this race. And with the new tires, especially in the hypercar, the colder temperatures at night will play a huge role for these cars. So they will kind of have to go to a softer tire during the night stint, which of course will make use of one of the 4 tire sets from the 10 tires that they have available through this event. So strategy playing a huge part. There's a lot of time to be both lost and gained through the night stint. So still a lot of time for these drivers to go. As we have a half an hour done in this 3rd round of the VMS Bronze Split. So Daniel, imagine you're one of these drivers, and you're coming here. You see a lot of carnage around here, but you're still driving. Yeah. What do you need to do now? Is it just a matter of trying to stay as calm as possible, or what do you have to do now? What goes on inside your head?
If you're seeing a lot of carnage, I mean, the thing is with these drivers, it's not really a big change. I mean, of course, it's mentally a bit different if you see, oh, well, there's lots of cars DNFing, there are lots of cars, crashing, and luckily I am not one of them. So that's the thing that's playing a part in your mind, because you're moving further up the order. But it's, I think, not that big of a difference, like from the mindset or like from the driving style, because every lap you're trying to do your very, very best, even if that means like doing a bit of less fast of lap time because you're managing or you're lifting, coasting or whatever, but you're trying to do your very, very best each lap, and doing that for 2 hours and 40 minutes is a huge thing, regardless. But yeah, if you're getting like a sense that, oh well, a lot of drivers are making mistakes that I'm not doing, it gives you kind of more confidence, and you are remaining a bit calm, because you know that you've survived the early stages of carnage, because most carnage is happening usually during like the first 10 minutes of a race, and if you survived upon this point, it in most cases get easier by that. But traffic plays a huge role in the incident ratio as well, because if you get more cars which are significantly slower than you around you, as well as cars that are as fast as you, you're more inclined to do things that are risky, and more inclined to maybe do some and cause some accidents.
Yeah, traffic is always a huge part that we talk about, especially during the longer races, where it will play a huge role for both classes, really. On a track like Le Mans, where it's a bit more stretched out, and with us driving 2 classes, it might not be as much as an impact, with a bit more room to play around with. But especially in the corners like the Fort Chicanes or Indianapolis, it can be very, very tricky if you find a slower class car on your way there, or if you're a GT3 car, finding a quicker car just driving past you in a Ford Curse. I can tell you it's not really fun. I've driven these cars around here in longer races, and they get more desperate as each lap goes by. They will take more risks, those hypercar drivers, and well, before you know it, they tap you somewhere and you're out of the race. So it's very, very crucial for the GT3 drivers as well to stay alert and know what is happening around you. As we just see the current status of the virtual energies for all of these drivers. I do believe, and I hope my broadcaster corrects me if I'm wrong, that yellow means below 50% and red means below 10%. With 10%, of course, means but 2 laps to go at Le Mans, I think. So it should be around that, but it's a bit more easy for us to show it like this compared to what we had before, of course. So we get at least a bit more of an indication as to what is happening in terms of the virtual energy of these cars going around the track. Take a look then. We have about half an hour done in this race. So let's take a look at the current standings in the hypercar. It's still Vince Cossa leading after 9 laps ahead of Riccardo Trecciani, but 0.8 of a second behind. Mattia Bortolini has dropped back just a little bit. It's 4 seconds now in third in the number 50 Ferrari. It is Giacomi in fourth. Daniel Maas is still in fifth ahead of Imhoff. So that's a very good job by both Peugeot drivers there. Rune Kolman in 7th after qualifying in 10th, so he'll be happy with that. Is Zupan in P8, Barrault and Sawyer in P9 and P10. Both a lap down, but Barrault has made his first pit stop already, and Sawyer had an earlier incident, but he's still continuing on. And for DNFs are Neff, Stegeman, and rest of the field there who are not competing anymore. In LMGT3, it is Wendele leading now ahead of Tom Villard after Kevin Kienbaum, your poleman, crashed out earlier on at the beginning of this race. It is Pescatori in third, Wipf in fourth, Bram van der Tang in the Lamborghini in fifth, with Patrick Den in sixth position. Van Nimmen in 7th with Pasiep in P8. Jonathan Petrie, the lone DCS Racing Team driver, left in the field in P9. And Mastellari in P10. And I do believe the rest of the LMG3 field has DNF'd, unfortunately, as well. So a lot of DNFs at the other parts of the race. Yeah, there we go. So Mastellari is the final running car in LMGT3, just been overtaken by Leost, who is now in 10th in the BMW, which was the only driver we just missed on our rundown. So 11 drivers in LMGT3 and 10 in Hypercar, still competing in this 2 hour and 40-minute race here at Le Mans. And you can slowly see the shadows starting to grow ever slightly longer as we near the latter stages of the day around this track. The starting time was 4 p.m. local time, or about 4 o'clock in the afternoon for those of you who use a 24-hour cycle clock like me, like well-behaved people like me do. Starting earlier on the day, and with a with a full day-night cycle, we're now slowly nearing the end of the first day shift of this race. We're making our way to the night stint of this race. Now, Daniel, I can imagine that with the virtual energy, it's going to be a very tricky point as to where you have to make a pit stop in terms of the tires. Do you think people might go for might be taking a risk there and just go for a soft tire with their pit stop, knowing that during the night it will get cooler, or will we see people still going for mediums?
I think I'm more inclined to the mediums, because I think the softs are I mean, with these conditions right now, I think softs, given that they will pit in the next lap or so, or after this lap and another, I think a soft compound would maybe be a bit too early to put on, because it's early in the evening still, I think, or somewhere around this. So it's going to be a good part of the stint will be still in daylight, and with huge amounts of wear as well. So I think a medium compound is the option with where I see the most probability right now. But yeah, I mean, maybe it could be worth a shot to, maybe move up some places if you're in sort of a tricky position to do just something else and try to take advantage of that.
Now, if you started on the mediums that you might have used during qualifying, that's very wide by Giacomi. Now down the inside of Bortolin, the Valkyrie goes. That's a very nice move into Indianapolis. It has a very wide line coming into the corner now, still side by side into Arnage, and I think the Ferrari might just have him. It's a switchback move there by the Valkyrie, and just not having the same top speed as the Ferrari there. Is still there though, ever so slightly. But it's a very surprising move by Giacomi down the inside into Indianapolis. He's still on the inside now for the first Porsche curve. There we go, down the inside he goes, and he gets back up into third position. The Ferrari is trying to hang on, but he doesn't manage to do so. A great move by Giacomi, set up all the way there down in Indianapolis, and then a drag race to the Porsche curves and moves the Valkyrie up into P3 again. And the Ferrari is still there though. It's a bad run for Giacomi, and the Ferrari is still on the inside now, coming up to the fourth chicanes, side by side then. And on the brakes the Ferrari is a lot better then, and he manages to move ahead again. Giacomi goes off track there as well. So that's the Ferrari back up into third again. So great racing action by these two drivers, and Giacomi up into down into fourth again, with the Ferrari up into third now. So I want to go quickly back on the tire debate we were having. Someone mentioning in chat, maybe double it and give it to the next person. Well, I think they're meaning double stinting the tires that they've started on. For those who've started on mediums, that might be an option, but I think there are some drivers also starting on softs, which could be kind of disastrous for those people, potentially. I'm not really sure how warm it is, but it could mean that they're not able to double stint the tires that are running now.
I mean, given we got 37.5 degrees Celsius track temperature, I think double stinting the softs after having having them to endure a full qualifying and a full start, yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they're pretty worn out already, so I can't really see it happening. That a lot of the drivers who started on the soft tires and also qualified on them will be using them in their second stint as well. I think the choice will be rather to the medium compound in this case. Although the people who start on the medium tires may as well or very well switch or remain on their tire compound for now, and still be good to go, I think, because I think Le Mans is, apart from the third sector, quite easy on tires in most cases if you manage correctly and not get any lockups. As we see the leader Windle getting a pit stop, and I think he's the first one in LMGT3 to do so.
Yes, he is. He is the first LMGT3 car to come into the pit lane. I'm expecting, well, pretty much the whole field to come in this lap, as well as the hypercars, all in that red bar, so in the final 10% of their virtual energy. Tom Willard is continuing on for one more lap though, so he is confident he has enough energy in the tank to go for one more lap. Same for Bip there and Pascatori. So Windele Pascatori is in the pit lane, so Windele is in the pit lane, as well as Van der Tang, Dan and Van Nimmen. A couple of drivers having saved enough energy to go on for one more lap, and I'm kind of expecting the hypercars to come in this lap as well shortly. Now, would you say, Daniel, that the driver starting on that soft tire have kind of made a strategic error then, knowing that now that they probably cannot double stint that tire? That might give him might give the soft runners a disadvantage here after this pit stop.
I wouldn't call it disadvantage. I mean, it's really up to how this race is going to evolve. I mean, we had a forecast of rain, possibly. It's not sure. Probably there. I mean, it's up in the skies if there's going to be, up in the stars if there's going to be rain or not today. But if there is, I think it equals out fairly, regardless if you started on mediums or softs, because during the night you will easily get your double stint with the medium compound, and afterwards, if you're changing on wet tires, given they're not limited, you're not really you're not being on your back foot really. So it kind of depends how the race will go on, but for now I think it's fine. But yeah, we'll see on at a later point how the soft runners will eventually finish this race, or how their race will be evolving.
For sure, as we see a number of hypercars into the pit lane now as well. It's Vince Cossa is continuing though. as well as the Valkyrie of Rune Kolman, both of them having enough filter energy to go for one more lap. So that's important for later on, of course. Their strategy going a lap longer than the rest of the field. Maassen, Imhoff, Tsatsouline, Giacomi, Portelen, and Zupan all into the pit lane right now. Barreau, of course, already has made his pit stop a bit earlier. Sawyer is also off sequence, I do believe. So I think this will be the pit stop phase for now. But the leader, Vince Cosa, is still out on track, as well as the Valkyrie of Rune Kolman, the 007. And Strecania out of the pit lane after his first stop. So we're expecting the two leaders of the current field to be in this lap. Strecania on those medium tires. And I think he was on mediums before as well. So there should be some temperature still in those tires then. And that's Tom Villard, who is also yet to make a pit stop, I believe, as well as Wip. Well, they'll be coming in this lap as well. The first pit stop phase has kind of run through without any big issues so far. There's quite a large field spread already as well, so that does help, of course, with avoiding any carnage going on into the pit lane. So we have moved past the 2 hours to go mark. And Villard, there we go, is into the pit lane now in the Porsche 992. So the current leader in LM GT3 into the pit lane. In the background you can see Jamie Barreau finishing up his lap. Of course he, as I said, is off sequence, so he'll be continuing along on a bit longer. And Vince Cosa and Rune Kolman are now nearing the end of Sector 3, so they should be coming in shortly as well. So a replay of Mark Imhoff, the Peugeot number 2, and I think he went a bit wide into Tetre Rouge. Oh, that's the number 14 of Daniel Maassen. I think just letting him by or having a terrible exit there. Might be on cold tires then. And as a result, that's Imhoff going a bit wide in Tetre Rouge. Might be a bit surprised there by the other Peugeot. So that's Imhoff past Daniel Maassen, now in 7th position. Both Peugeots at the same part of the track. Oh, that's a Cadillac of Zupan. And he's crabbing all over the place, and I think that's his race done.
Yeah, it looks like real suspension damage.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's... Yeah,
That's done.
Rear left, the rear left is really done. You can see it also on the straight, he's really trying to correct what's been broken in this incident, and unfortunately I think there's nothing to be really to correct there. Yeah,
so he already had an impact somewhere, but he and then lost it again with the Tetre Rouge. He is still on track though, so he's trying to get it back to the pit lane, as now Vince Cosa is in the pit lane as well, and Rune Kolman will be following him in shortly. As Villard, Wip, and Petri has also come into the pit lane for LM GT3. There we go. Interestingly enough, I do know Rune Kolman quite a bit. He is my brother after all, and I know he likes to run that harder tire on the left front, so he'll be for sure double stinting this set of tires then in this race. So I don't think he'll have been started on this qualifying set of tires, or at least not the left front tire there. That's kind of interesting though, that he is seemingly the only driver to have gone for a hard left front there. Is there any strategic advantage to that, Daniel, or is it just a preference?
I mean, the big advantage of this is that you don't have to be as careful with your tires. Of course, you can't really stamp to the brakes and say whatever, I got a hard tire, you know. But it gives you kind of a bigger margin to like do some more riskier maneuvers or something similar to that. Because you have a left tire at the front which has less wear, so it's more durable, and therefore it's more forgiving in some case. So that's a thing you have to do way less managing. But on the other hand, you are maybe short of some lap times or losing some lap times, especially at the beginning of your stint, because fresh mediums are way faster than fresh hards are. Yeah, and it's also a case of not overheating your tires if your setup is built around high loads on the front tires and being very grippy on the front. it may cause your front tires to overheat, and given you have a harder compound.
Yes, change tires. Yeah, so he's no longer on that left hard front. Could this be so? Scratch all the things that I've said about keeping the tires and going longer on them. Could this be a move for the night stint coming up, knowing that hard tire will be very difficult to get any temperature in there? As I think he's running softs on the rest of them.
Is it?
I think it might be a white tire. Yeah, it is soft.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get on. Of course, harder compound is not like in Formula 1, the hardest compound is the slowest. It's that as well, but moreover, it's the harder the compound, the more durable it is. As we see him going completely straight and sort of misjudging the first chicane. It's the optimal tire, the optimal temperature window is way above the the beneath or the softer compound. So a hard tire has I think around 19 degrees Celsius, and the medium is 80 to 85, and the soft is even less, I think 75 to 80. So that plays a huge role in terms of conditions, because the track is going to be colder and colder as the night progresses. So that's going to be a big thing in terms of tire strategy.
Yeah, so he missed his braking point there into the first Mulsanne chicane, so lost quite a bit of time to Daniel Maas, about 20 seconds now. So those tires, as he's weaving again, trying to get some temperature up there, but not working quite yet. As Philippe Passiep is into the pit lane in LM GT3, the 79 there. And Zupan also has made his way into the pit lane. That struck in Cadillac, having enormous suspension damage into the first sector, and then losing it into Tête Rouge. We're not really sure what happened to get that damage, but we can see him already crabbing a bit, I think. Yeah, so this is him early on. Yeah, I think this might have been where he got the damage then. So he lost the rear there in Tête Rouge, and just his suspension on the rear kind of died on him there. But he managed to get it back into the pit lane. He's out on track once again in 10th position. And he is still within a lap, I think, on the leaders. I think, although Rotterdam is shown being one lap down on... No, there we go. It's just the graphic not updating as the leaders have crossed the line there. So he is still within the lap of the leaders there. So that's a boost of morale, I'm sure, for him. And Trajani, over the last couple of laps, has slowly but surely closed the gap a little bit on Vince Cosa. This was about 3.5 seconds earlier on, but it's now only 2.5 seconds. Latest lap of Vince Cosa is a 4:34. Of course, that was his out lap. He went one lap longer than Riccardo Trajani and gained a bit of time doing that, but the cold tires then lost him some time again as well. So we'll keep this closely. We'll watch this closely as it unfolds between these two guys and see if the gap changes anything at all. Now, there is a lot bigger gap now between Giacomi and Trajani. There used to be about 2 seconds, now 8 seconds already. So those guys have fallen back ever so slightly. Let's see Amov also losing a bit of time on Bortolan, 24 seconds now, so this gap's really extending as we slowly but surely near the halfway point of this race. And you can really see the light slowly just turning down. You can the headlight beams are already illuminating the track there as the sun is setting and the shadows are growing ever longer. The number 19 Porsche is still leading this race at the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's always nice to see this circuit just lit up and slowly coming to life at the night. And well, it's never really calm around here, of course, with cars going 300 kilometers an hour, but it's still very. It has a cozy vibe there somewhere.
Yeah, it's very scenic for sure. It's especially with this beautiful sunset unfolding here. It's really really pleasurable to only look at it. So yeah, it's very scenic. It's a good environment here. It's great to look at.
It really is. On board with the Peugeot of Imhoff, I think it is. Maassen, there we go. P6 currently. And you can hear, I think it's the, is it the twin turbo V6 in the Peugeot? I might be completely wrong on that.
I think so, yeah.
There we go. I know something about cars. How surprising. But he is still
commentating.
I should, yeah. It's kind of mandatory to know something about cars when you do this job. That's you would expect, at least. It's also mandatory that you know something about cake, but that's something we'll get to later on. But
yeah, it's not night and it's not 2 a.m. in the morning, so.
No, exactly. So we'll have to wait a bit longer to get to that point. But that's it is getting very cozy out there on track. Have you ever had the pleasure of going to Le Mans, Daniel?
Am I going to, or did I?
Both.
I did not, but surely it's something that's on the bucket list. As a motorsport enthusiast, it's kind of mandatory to be there at least once. No, I've not visited it yet, but it's surely up the ranks. Maybe turning 18, it's probably will be a nice present or a nice thing to do. Yeah, but for now the only 24 I've visited was the 24 hours of Nürburgring. Two
also
times.
Not shabby. Also
No,
very cool race.
Yeah, and for this year the 6 hours of Spa are also something that we will do. Me and my brother and a friend of mine. So we get some taste of WEC already. Hopefully peaking at some point in the 24 hours of Le Mans, of course.
Very cool, very cool. I've had the pleasure of visiting the 6 hour of Spa last year, and it's a highly recommended event. It's very, very cool. And of course, it's one thing seeing these cars out here in this game, which is a very pretty game, and it's a very good looking racetrack out here. It's very entertaining to watch this, but it's completely something else to watch them actually out there on track. And I'll just say, bring your earplugs, because you will need it.
But you did not have the pleasure to visit Le Mans, right? Yet.
Well, not yet, because I will actually visit Le Mans this year. Together with my brother as well for his 18th birthday. So it's kind of meant to be, you know?
Yeah.
No, so that's going to be very exciting, for sure. Meanwhile, let's focus a little bit for a moment on the action that's happening on track. Mark Imhoff has slowly been caught by Daniel Maassen again. The number 2 Peugeot dropping back a little bit, losing 2 seconds last lap, or just over a second and 2/10 really, on the car behind. 29.9 for Daniel Maassen and 31.0 for Mark Imhoff. So this battle for P5 could be on here shortly. And we are really now nearing the end of the day stint here. And my broadcaster is now making me very jealous, saying that he's been to Le Mans 4 times and the Corvette V8 was amazing. Well, now that makes me very jealous indeed. So thank you, Niclas, for doing that. He's laughing at me in my ear, saying no problem. Well, thank you very much. It's no, but Le Mans is for sure, it's going to be a great event to go to. So anyone listening who has not had the pleasure of visiting any WEC or IMSA races, wherever you are located in the world, if you have the opportunity to do that, it's highly, highly recommended. Like I said, it's one thing seeing these cars out here on track. It's a whole different thing seeing them on a real circuit, and especially cars like the Valkyrie or the Cadillac. They will literally blow your ears out. It's insane. And it's a pleasure to seeing these sports cars out there on track. It's some insane racing out there, and great diversity. I speak about diversity a lot in this game as well, as we have races here at the VMS, but in real life as well. Of course, it's great to have so many cars out there, so many different brands, so many different amazing, well, differing cars from one another. There's a naturally aspirated V12 in there, of all places in 2026. It's a great place to watch motorsport, watch car racing, and see racing action out on track. 1 hour and 42 minutes left to go in this race. We're slowly nearing, or well, we actually have passed the halfway point of this race then. With a 2 hour and 40 minutes, of course, this event. And after a chaotic opening stint, a lot of DNFs in the first couple of laps, we have kind of turned down the action, and people are just finishing up their laps and driving as consistently as they can, and trying to get to the end of this race. Well, there's some good points on the board for most of these drivers here, with so many DNFs. The top 10, of course, is guaranteed of points, and with times 1.5 in the endurance rounds, it's about 38 points for a win. It is 27 points for a second place and 23 points for a third place. So you do not want to miss out on points in this race. That is for sure. Let's take a look at the halfway standings then. It's Vince Cossa still in the lead in LMDH, the hypercar field. About 3 seconds up the road from Riccardo Trecciani, still in second in the Cadillac V Series. Giacomi in third in the Valkyrie, 10 seconds behind. And Mattia Bortolin dropping back quite a bit now in the Ferrari 499P, 22 seconds, almost 23 seconds behind in fourth. Mark Imhoff in fifth, followed closely by Daniel Maassen, who we are still on board with. So a P5 and P6 for the Peugeots, and 5 different makes, 5 different brands at the top 5 again. Very cool to see indeed. It's Kolman in 7th position, with Jeremy Barrault still running in P8. Zupan and Sawyer also still running in P9 and P10. So great job by those guys to continue on, no matter how hard the race is. It is Vindele leading the pack in LM GT3 with the fastest lap as well, of the 58.899, as you can see in the left bottom hand of your screen. Tom Villard in second place after qualifying in third, so he'll be very happy with that after some difficult times in this championship already. And then Wip in third position in the McLaren 720S. Bram van der Tang in fourth position in Lamborghini, with Pescatori in fifth. Patrick Dan in P6. Pasierp in P7, Van Nimmen in P8, Petri in P9, and Leos, the final runner in LMGT3, I think. Or no, there might be a Mercedes in there as well in P10. There is still Mercedes of Mastellari in 11th, so Mastellari is the final runner in LMGT3. And of course, earlier on we lost our pole man, Kevin Kienbaum, in the Lexus, who got pole position by quite a large margin, but then crashed out on, I think, the first or second lap already, and then just DNFing as a result of that. So that is a shame for sure. We are well and truly into the night stint of this race. The sun has set, and now it's up to these drivers to make their way on this track in these very dark and tricky conditions. Luckily for them, it's not raining. Saying that, not raining yet, of course. There is, there we go, still a chance of rain coming up. I think it's about 50% chance for the final 2 time slots in this race. So that should be just after the night, Daniel, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's looking to be like that, yeah.
Yeah, so hope. Yeah, lucky for them, it shouldn't rain during the night. Then that will be lucky for them.
Yeah, or maybe just like in the early morning hours, there could be some drops of rain, but I think it's more like the morning and the noon to be a possibility of rain.
Yeah, it's Van der Tang having a drive-through actually, so he must have had too many track limit cuts there, and that's Van der Tang doing his drive-through in the Lamborghini Huracan, a very roughed up Lamborghini Huracan for sure. It's seen some action out there, so he'll lose a number of places as a result of that. I did see someone mention in the YouTube chat, which my broadcast will for sure also take note of, as a tire overlay for these new graphics. Of course, as I mentioned before, these are very brand new graphics. It's the first time we've used them, and I think the first time anyone has ever really used them. So we are still evolving these graphics. We're still trying to implement a lot of new things, and a tire overlay might very well be one of those things. So we'll try and get something like that implemented for well, potentially coming rounds, depending on how all of those things work. I'm not all that technical, so I'm not really sure how it works, to be honest. But we'll try and work something out. I'm just hearing that the person who makes these amazing graphics has heard about it, and will try to make them. So no guarantees, of course, but potentially something what we will see later on in the championship.
Moreover, because we have mentioned it earlier in the race, the change of temperature and the change of tire wear during the night, just to showcase, earlier on I mentioned the track temperature being around 34.5 degrees Celsius. That was around the evening hours, and where the track was at its peak and the sun was starting to set. Now we are at a 16.2 degrees Celsius on track, and 16.0 degrees Celsius air temperature. So both the air and the track temperatures are seeming to align very, very similarly. And the thing now is that we've got a temperature drop down in terms of track temperature by roughly 18%. So yeah, that's why most drivers were inclined to take maybe the softer compound on each tires, as we see Kolman picking from hards on the front left and mediums all around the other tires, to picking a medium on the front left and softs all around the other tires.
Are you able to see the last lap time of Kolman and the Valkyrie? Because it's kind of interesting to match that, I think, with the other drivers.
Yes, the last lap time of Kolman was a 3:21.7. Comparable is DJ Akomi, also in the Valkyrie, did a 3:29.6. So roughly a difference of 2 seconds. I'm not sure though if this was caused by any traffic or so, but yeah, it's for now it's not really seen any big beneficial advantages in terms of lap times. But you know, the night is young. This could well be, because the temperature just dropped to 15.0 degrees Celsius, so the temperature is dropping and dropping, and I think will be for the rest of the night.
The night is young. That is for sure something to say about that. So we'll be keeping those lap times. Keep a close eye on those lap times for sure. As we see Jamie Barreau making his second pit stop, going off sequence earlier on. As Wipfner also has a drive-through penalty in LM GT3, so it's the second GT3 driver getting a drive-through penalty and losing a heap of positions there. Van der Tang was the earlier GT3 driver. He's now in 8th position, so we won't be too happy with that. There's a yellow flag again in sector 2. Let's see replay then of the two Peugeots. Difficult to see who is who. That's
Mars on the outside.
Outside. Oh,
Inhoff on the inside and hitting the barrier with the rear left there. Potentially some suspension damage caused by that hit. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Surely some bodywork damage on the rear diffuser.
So Maassen again involved in an incident there with another driver. I think that's kind of the other Peugeot kind of driving into Maassen there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, bit tricky there, of course, because you're like the inside gets the is going to be the outside, and the outside is going to be the inside. But yeah, a bit unlucky for both of the drivers, especially for Imhoff.
Yep, for sure. And he is still continuing on though. So the number 2 Peugeot is still in 6th position ahead of the Valkyrie Vrienden Kolman. And see, that's he's still in the pit lane. Never mind. I was just trying to see if I could figure out where the yellow flag has come from in sector 3. But it's cleared already, so no big issues there for now. As someone says, admin has gone to the KFC on the Mulsanne for dinner. Yeah, well, KFC does sound nice right now. That is for sure.
Yeah.
But I think these drivers are a bit too busy working the car. As Wim has another drive-through penalty. So did he? Yeah, he still had it. So he hasn't cleared it just yet. So he still has to take that drive-through in the McLaren. I thought he already cleared it, but I got confused there. So, but this is around the time period where we could start talking about cake, Daniel.
Yeah, it is. But I think we're not that desperate to start. But yeah, it's getting there. We're getting there.
We are getting there. Yeah.
The mood is correct. The setting is correct. So yeah. the probability is rising.
The probability is rising. That is good. Yeah, I like that. That's a good saying. As we saw Emmanuel Sawyer coming into the pit lane in the 22 BMW. Might have had an off. Yeah, they are at the exit of Indianapolis, and it's a big off for the 22.
Yeah,
it's a bit unusual there.
Yeah, especially I don't think it was after a recent pit stop. Maybe I'm wrong, but that looked like something that would happen with cold tires. And
he's out of the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, but with this thing, that a lot of drivers DNF'd, so we got like everyone DNF'd up to P9. There's always two sides of the medals. Like the one side, yeah, there's no it makes no sense to be running here if you're going to finish in P8 or 9. But on the other hand, drivers who are not inclined to maybe grab a victory every round and they're more up in the mid pack are very inclined to just finish this race, because given it's there are more points awarded than at a normal round, it's very much beneficial for them to finish this race, collect a handful of points, maybe even more, and just grab this as a good result for them.
Daniel, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing windscreen wipers.
Yeah. So let's wait and see if other drivers are also running it. But it is a bit early indeed. But the rain might have come already then.
Yeah. It looks like.
There we go. So he is also running the windscreen wipers. The rain has come, ladies and gentlemen, during the even though it's midnight here. So we were kind of expecting it to come later on in the race, but it sure is looking like it is raining just a little bit here on track. Not really sure if it's then raining everywhere or if it's just raining in certain parts of the circuit. But well, this could be very tricky indeed for these drivers. It's not only very dark, but it could also get very slippery very quickly. Also,
the thing is, the temperature of the track is dropping down even further. It's at 30.8 degrees Celsius, and with rain, I see no way that this is going to be rising anytime soon before the sun comes up. So yeah, it's going to be even difficult for these who brought maybe a harder compound to get your tires into an optimal temperature window.
Do you know how hard it's raining right now? Does it say what kind of rain we're expecting?
There's 2% set here. I'm not quite sure if that's the probability or the intensity of the rain. Oh, it's I'm just getting told it's the wetness of the track. So 2% wetness of the track. In terms of rain, I think it's just drizzle for now. It doesn't look very severely. Not even light rain, so you're just fine doing slicks for now. With this rain, it's going to be like that for some kind if it doesn't change for heavier rain.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at the Labo Bortolan just now. It doesn't seem like their lap times are being impacted all that much. Also, on board with the Valkyrie, it's a bit more careful, but it's not looking like it's that much more slippery out there. It's a bit slower for Maassen and Imhoff. It's a 30 and a 32. So maybe losing a bit of time now with the weather, but it's not looking too dangerously out there. Yellow flag again in sector 2 somewhere. But the third one too for Kolman and the Valkyrie, so it's a bit quicker than Imhoff. He's gained about 10 seconds with that spin that we saw earlier on for Mark Imhoff, who's now 9.6 seconds behind the Peugeot of Daniel Maassen. So not really gaining anything either on his current set of tires, which are all around a bit softer potentially compared to what the others are running. We're not really sure if the drivers up the road are running mediums. I am assuming they are. Kolman opting for a medium left front, and the rest of the tires are indeed soft. So we'll keep a close eye on it and see if the gap comes down just a little bit come the later stages of this race. But this rain could mean throw a big span in the works for most of these drivers. He has lost quite a bit in Sector 1. It's about 1.3 seconds off, so he could be starting to feel the rain ever so slightly. You seen any increase in the percentage of rain, Daniel?
4% now, so it's 4%. It doubled. But I think, sure enough, it's still slicks conditions. As we take a look at other lap times, it looks kind of the same as it is for Kolman, just a few tenths faster for some people, but overall you're losing a good, I think, second per sector, or maybe two on your personal best for now. Yeah, but of course the conditions aren't optimal regardless of the rain. So yeah.
Well, it's also very wide there, but he is also about 2 seconds off his personal best compared to what we're seeing now. See replay of, that's the Lamborghini on, I think, one of the Lexuses. It's Van Nimmen on the outside in number 80 on the 79. Oh, side by side through the Porsche curves. This is not usually the place you want to go side by side. It is very brave, but they still managed to stay on track. So the Lexus of Passiep and the Lamborghini of Van Nimmen still in one piece after going side by side through the Porsche curves in slippery conditions. That is indeed very brave, as you said, Daniel. So somehow still managing to keep it on track. But as I was saying, it's about 2 seconds slower right now for the hypercars compared to what they were doing earlier. When do you decide what the tip over point is? When do you decide to go for the wetter tires compared to what you're running now? Is that, how difficult is that to decide?
It's quite difficult to get it very, very right, but a good sort of help or a good sort of support is there's this tiny info screen in your MFD when you're driving, and when it's turning damp, you know it's going to be time in the next couple of laps to pit, and you know, drivers who saw this race director notes maybe sort of put up a practice server. Oh, as you see these beautifully and mentioned traffic, which can benefit some and disadvantage other.
I thought for sure he was going to hit that shiny there into the first small sand, but luckily for him, he's still up the road there. But it was very close by Passiep in the Lexus.
Where was I? What was I trying to say?
But meanwhile, it is Passiep and
Oh yeah. Sorry, I just had a kind of empty head. Yeah, so maybe drivers practiced and look for lap times, because there's this point, the switch over point, where you see your lap times dropping quite significantly, and that's around the sweet spot where you need to pit. But yeah, looking at the track info, so if it's damp, if it's wet, slightly wet, is always a good sign to know when you're going to pit. Yeah, but everything which is wet is usually considered wet tire. Even slightly wet is, in most cases, significantly slower in slicks than it is on wet tires.
I'm kind of wondering, maybe you or Niclas, our broadcaster, can answer this question. Does LMU also simulate that the track is raining on certain parts, whereas on other parts of the track it's still dry? Or is it, if it's raining everywhere?
I think it's dynamic. I think you can have rain in some places, and in some places you don't have rain, if I'm correct. So yeah, you can have these sort of very, very tricky conditions where one where one sector of the racetrack seems to be dried and one seems to be soaked or damp. As we see in the Porsche cars, the leader going off.
That's the leader.
And just missing the barriers. Holy. That was a
very close.
Call. Yeah,
for sure. That was very, very close indeed for Vince Costa, who went off track into the first Porsche curve. He's still out in the lead, though. He's still ahead of Vetjani, as we saw Jeremy Barreau again into the pit lane. So he might be going for wetter tires than in the Valkyrie. But Vince Costa still in the lead. There he goes. He goes in as well. So this might be that crossover point that you were talking about earlier, Daniel. Just wondering if we could have a quick look at the virtual energy as well, to just make sure as to where we are on that point. There we go. So yeah, for sure, these drivers are coming in for wetter tires because they have to, not because they want to, because the virtual energy is still lasting for now. And Giacomi might be coming in shortly as well then. We'll keep an eye out on that. Zupan also into the pit lane. So this is that crossover point that you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the drivers in hypercars and in G3 are around the 20 to 40% virtual energy mark. The lowest being, I think, 17 to 19% right now, and the highest being 40%. So it's not that big of a like early pit stop, but it's significantly earlier than these drivers may have planned, which could play a huge role in the late stages of this race.
Yeah, for sure. This is also terrible news for Jeremy Barreau, who, of course, like we said, went off sequence earlier on, and now having to make a pit stop at the same time as the rest of the field. He will lose quite a lot of time in this, and remain at the bottom end of the points in this race. So this is not really working in his favor at all. There's a couple of GT3 drivers still out there, so both leaders have opted to stay out. Wendele and Villard still on track. Never mind, they have indeed pitted, so they are already out there on wetter tires. So never mind, and the whole GT3 field has been into the pit lane for a new set of tires, as well, of course, the full hypercar field as well, with both leaders already out. Now, the graphic might not have been updated correctly, but is it me, or have they not taken any fuel? Never mind. So we're hearing that the virtual energy will be updated after they have completed a single lap. So we will know for sure after their out lap. So I'm pretty sure they will have taken fuel. I would have been surprised if they didn't. So an hour and 20 minutes left to go. So there was still a long way to go in this race. This is usually about the point where regular races end. But there's still a long old way to go in this race. We are just over the halfway point. And all of the grid has been into the pit lane for a second time. Not really by choice, but because they have to, with the rain now coming down here at night at Le Mans. So these are for sure very, very tricky conditions for these drivers. And keep a close eye at the lap times that they are putting in. See Pasiep on the outside. That's Patrick Den, apologies, on the outside. And Pasiep trying to go, or at least take a look on the Porsche into the first Mulsanne chicane. And the Lexus looking rather quickly here on the exit as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he'll be able to get the move done in the second chicane. Now, Daniel, I haven't driven the wetter tires with the new model at all, really. I'm not sure if you have, but how tricky are these conditions for drivers?
I didn't drive them either since the new update, but we had, I think, funny enough, Daniel Maassen last week in the Silver Split, and he said that funny enough, the tires are feeling even better in the rain that they felt than they felt before the update. So a increase of grip there. Of course, where tires are not as strictly bound to your temperature, because it's really more about trying to get more water off of your of the area you are, as we see. I think it's Imhoff again.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more about like trying to get as much water of the areas you're of the area of contact. Oh,
It's the same spot where you had an incident with Massa.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Oh, I was spinning around again, so those tires are not happy at all. A nice donut for us there. But he is continuing on. And he did lose a place to the Valkyrie of Rune Kolman. Not just because of the spin, I think, but also in the pit lane phase. So Rune Kolman now up into 6th position in the Valkyrie. Oh, he goes deep again there. But Imhoff really not happy out there in the Peugeot.
No, I mean, he looked quite, yeah.
Is he still on slicks? He might be. We're hearing from the broadcaster that he might be still on slicks. I'm not really sure if we can check that. But if so, we're trying to zoom in just a little bit.
He has one hard tires at the rear. Yeah.
Oh no.
That explains it. Why? Oh, that's. I don't think that's meant to be for sure. Oh gosh. That's...
If it is, and it's a strategy I've never heard of before in my life.
Yeah, that explains why he like spun in the left hander at low speeds, because the rear right is the tire that's most compressed there, and most grip comes from this tire. And being a slick tire, yeah, you don't have loads of grip.
Oh,
as well here you see it. Every kind of left hand corner is a big pain for Imhoff right now. So I think he will just crawl back to the pit lane and erase his mistake. But of course the time lost cannot be erased.
Yeah, this will have cost him a lot of time already in the Peugeot. He is now well over half a minute behind Rune Kolman and the Valkyrie. So losing a lot of place. You can see the spray of the tires coming off, but not from one of them because that's a slick tire and it's not really meant to be there. So kind of curious to see. Oh, he spins again as well. That's a big hit as well. Losing it on the rain there. Still continuing on though, so it's just limping back to the pit. There's just nothing there when he tries to turn to the left anymore. So let's see a replay of it into the first. Oh, it's there we go. This should be a replay then. Oh, we haven't actually got the replay. That's unfortunate. So we'll see this beautiful donut once again, but unfortunately no replay for the incident at the Porsche cars, unfortunately. But that's a massive damage then for the Peugeot driver as he limps his way back into the pit lane. And there we go. He has made it back. But that's a kind of a race to forget for him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As he hopefully gets 4 wet by the tires. Yeah. So we'll be changing those out again. Meanwhile, I just want to mention Rune Kolman 2 seconds behind Daniel Maas, and he has closed that gap very quickly indeed. In the Valkyrie, he's looking very quick out there on track. Not sure if you can see the last lap times, of course. Is there any difference between the two?
Let me just check quickly. Maassen did a 5:15 last lap, and Kolman did a 4:56. So roughly 20 seconds separating these two last lap. Maybe was some. Oh, as we see a replay, maybe there we see the answer of the huge time loss.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, is that? Oh. Oh, and that's.
Well, that does explain it.
Yeah, but he's not in the pits yet. He's still continuing somehow. I don't know how he didn't get any severe suspension damage from that hit, because it looked kind of severe. But yeah,
well, he might very well have some damage on there, but he's chosen to stay out there for now.
Yeah, but it looks quite fine from the outside. It's not any significant crawling or any significant like offsetting compared to the front and the rear. So looks to be okay-ish for now for him, but of course suboptimal for him. And as we see, the very fast Valkyrie of Rune Kolman is approaching him, and eventually catching up on him ever so slightly.
Yeah, for those of you who watched the silver race last week, we saw one of the Cadillacs having a enormous suspension damage on the rear then, and just grabbing all over the place at the straights. Well, it's a Valkyrie going very deep there, I think. Probably just not really sure if it was indeed very deep, but the camera just kind of pulled a prank on me. But the Valkyrie is looking very quick indeed in these conditions compared to the Strucken Peugeot 9X8, who's looking well, not as quick as he used to. He did gain a bit of time on Mattia Bortolin, I think, who is driving into the 56. So that's about the lap times we're kind of expecting now, the mid to high 50s then. Look at how wet it is here. It's very slippery, very easy to make a mistake, as Daniel Maas has proved already at last lap, losing about 20 seconds then on the Valkyrie, who's still behind, and it's looking very quick indeed. It's a 4:46 for Rune Kolman last lap, and a 5:15, like you mentioned, from Maassen. So this will be their first racing lap in these conditions. And Valkyrie just looking ever more confident in these conditions. You can just see him moving to the back of the Peugeot. Let's see if we can correct the lap. That's a 57 for Kolman and 59 for Maassen. So about 2.5 seconds between the two. Maassen does go defensive just a little bit into turn one. These are such tricky conditions. It's so easy to make a big mistake and lose the car here. Oh, he's right up there now. We're kind of also pushing him through.
Yeah, also I think the Peugeots have even more at the back foot, than they were before, compared to top speed, because I think the damage caused some minor I think damage to their top speed essentially, because at the straight we saw Kolman catching up significantly, even more significant than it's usually for a Aston Martin. So that's
Yeah, we'll see how the gap fluctuates on the straight here. Maas going a bit wide there through Tetre Rouge, but he's still in the lead. Meanwhile, on LMP3, Pescatori up into 4th position, or trying to defend on Patsierp, who is now in 5th. Never mind, I'm looking at the wrong battle. This is for 3rd. It's Vip in 3rd and Pescatori in 4th. There we go. The graphic is updated as well, so no more confusion for me. But Vip is defending now on Pescatori. Vip had a drive-through penalty earlier on, but has made his way up into 3rd again. So great stuff by him, 30 seconds behind the two leaders, and Pescatori trying to overtake then in the 2nd position. Meanwhile, this gap has grown a bit. It's 2.6 seconds now between the two, so something might have happened there. This is a replay of Maassen going deep then into one of the most suns. He spun around.
Yeah, and then took the shot. Yeah, the shortcut. I mean, yeah. Not really shortcut, but he cut it a bit.
Yeah, having to lift off not to get any more track limits. So that is the Valkyrie Rune Kolman up into 5th position. Almost 3 seconds between the two now. You know, this battle for 3rd in LMGT3. That is Pescatori now on the outside of Vip on the inside. And on their way to, that is the Mulsanne corner, I believe it is. No, it's the first Mulsanne chicane. Oh, this is a replay again of those two. So going a bit deep there on the outside for Vip in 3rd. Pescatori is in the 4th position. As you see, that is Maassen and Kolman making their way through as well. So they're clearing this traffic as they are. See another replay then of, I think it's Imhoff again into Indianapolis. Oh, spinning on, a massive hit again for Mark Imhoff.
Yeah, and DNFing right afterwards. So that leaves us with 8 hypercars still competing there.
Yeah, so a race to forget for Mark Imhoff after not competing in Bahrain and scoring 2 points in Monza. That's
quite a lot of accidents today. So not really the race he wanted it to be, but we got 5 more rounds coming up here in this championship. So never count him out to any extent in this championship.
Yeah, for sure. There's still a long way to go. Oh, that's on the inside of Pescator. It's very opportunistic and spinning around as a consequence as well and hitting the barrier.
Just kind of muscling his way around there.
Yeah, not really sure what he thought of doing there, to be honest. See on board?
Yeah, I was just massively misjudging his braking reference, I think. It was just like a kind of exit or like an emergency exit to go to the inside, because otherwise he just had fully driven into the back of the other McLaren's car. So yeah, I think just misjudged his braking point by quite a margin there.
Yeah, margin is quite a margin to say the least indeed. He's now down in 5th again behind Passier. And losing quite a bit of time then, about 10-11 seconds on the rest of the field. So Daniel Maassen again in number 14. I'm into the Porsche curse. Has he had a spin there as well? I think he has. Yep, a big twitch and a big impact as well, losing his rear wing. Luckily, he's kept the tires going, but losing the rear wing as well back into the pit lane now. So he is still continuing on. But these conditions, Daniel, are just insane. It's so easy, as you can see, to make a mistake.
Yeah, especially if you like set up your car for a dry race. Of course, setting a car for wet and dry race is entirely different. Because you have to carry lots of more tops downforce in the wet to kind of make up for the loss of grip because of the wet track. So those who really set it up solely for a dry race are a bit on the back foot there, lap time wise, but also handling wise, because it's just a lot more difficult to maneuver your car at a high level and a good lap times with a car that is significantly unstable.
Yeah, but are you able at all to change your setup halfway through the race to go for a bit more wet?
Yeah, you can change your wing, and you can't really adjust like tiny things like the suspension or something. Yeah. But you can change your wing, but that comes with, I think, a bigger pit stop time, because it's it takes time to change your wing settings. So I think you get 10 or 15 seconds added up to your regular pit stop time. If you do those changes, it can work out great. You can make up that for that time lost in the pit lane during your race, and because the car just feels a lot smoother to drive, and in some cases even faster. But in some cases you can overdo it and just lose 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, although I would imagine that losing 10 to 15 seconds is a lot, more interesting than losing the rear like Maassen did, unfortunately, into the Porsche curse. And ending any chances on points. This crash does put Barreau up to 6th now, and Supan in 7th position. So Maassen is the final running car in Hypercar. Unfortunately, after Imhoff DNF'd earlier on, after a spin, after first putting on a slick tire, unfortunately for him, during the these wet conditions, and then losing the car as a result of that, to no surprise really of anyone. I'm kind of surprised that he was able to keep it on track for as long as he did. To see replay then of the number 8. It is Bram van der Tang, also losing the rear, coming onto the Mulsanne through Tetre Rouge. Oh, and a big accident as well, also losing his rear wing. So a lot of crashes there again on track. Let's see another replay of it, another angle. Just sliding through and then, ramming the rear of his car into the barrier, unfortunately for him. So not sure if he is still competing. That's him done, I think. Yeah, that's him done as well, unfortunately. As Mastellari is also in the pit lane in LMGT3, so I'm not really sure if that's a planned pit stop or... there we go. So he has come out now, so I think that should be a planned pit stop for him. He is still the final running car in LMGT3 and P9. So... For once, I know there's a lot of people who would like to see things like a safety car or red flags or something like that in this game. But for one, I'm quite happy there's no safety car right now, because in real life this would have gotten red flagged with these conditions and the amount of crashes. So
Yeah.
I think that's a positive then, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but of course, the good thing about the safety car is that it brings the field together and sort of like resetting the race. But yeah, I mean, there are some people always content with the safety car and some people not content with the safety car, especially in virtual races where you don't have like the issue of causing any real financial damage. It's easy to sort of manipulate this thing, so it's kind of hard to implement things as safety cars or full course yellow in video games. But yeah, I'm sure it's something on the agenda for Studio 397, the publisher and developer of Le Mans Ultimate. I'm sure they'll come up with some kind of solution to maybe implement a full course yellow and a safety car, which hopefully is like immune to manipulations or any kind of bugs or yeah.
I think I've seen one race or online somewhere where they actually did trigger a safety car somehow. So the car is in the game. It's just I think by accident they somehow made it come out on track. So and for a race like this, it sure would be very nice to have one and bring the whole field back together just a little bit, like you said. So potentially something to have in the future, which would be very very nice and welcome, of course. Especially when the gaps are as big as they are in this race, with a lot of incidents and the weather, the rain especially, you can really see some drivers excelling in their roles respectfully. As an hour to go then in the third round of the VMS Bronze Contender Series. Let's take a look at the current standings. It is still Vince Cosa in the lead in that Porsche 963, so a very good drive by him so far, 27 laps in, 13 seconds ahead of Riccardo Trecciani. It's Giacomi in third. He's not a lap down, but that's just how the timing works at this point. So he's in third, followed by Mattia Bottelen in fourth still. Rune Kolman made his way up into fifth, starting from 10th position, making his way through on both Peugeots and keeping his car in one piece in the meantime as well. So a good drive by him so far. Jeremy Barrault in 6th position after going F sequence earlier on, which didn't really pay out, but now after some other incidents he is still in P6 nonetheless. It's Supan in P7 and the Cadillac, and Daniel Maassen is the final running hypercar in P8 in the Peugeot 9X8, and the rest of the drivers unfortunately already out of this race. In LM GT3, it is Windele still in the lead in the Porsche 992, followed by Tom Vellard in 2nd position. Wip is again in 3rd after some battling with Pescatori, where Pescatori did a dive bomb and lost another place on Passierp, who is in 4th. Pescatori, as I mentioned, is in 5th position after that, followed by Patrick Den in P6, Van Nimmen in P7, Leost in P8, and Mastellari is your final running LM23 car in P9. As there is 59 minutes and 6 seconds left to go in this third round of the VMS Contender Series Bronze Split, and we should, slowly but surely moving into the daylight again. So Vince Cosa locking up there into the Mulsanne. And as we see Mark Imhoff in the YouTube chat, the game suddenly decided to give me a hard tire on the rear left instead of a wet tire, XD. Well, we saw that, yeah, that was really... so donuts for the fans. Yeah, we really did appreciate the donuts. It was some great stuff there. Unfortunate though that you had that issue there. So hopefully you'll be able to come back stronger in 2 weeks' time at the 4th round. I mean, he did really have to pace Daniel in that Peugeot, so he should be able, if his luck finally holds up at some point, should be able to get some good results in.
Yeah, surely. I mean, he was showing great pace. I mean, it was very competitive. He had quite a great fight with Maassen as well. So it was up the order quite good, running in, I think, P6, I don't know, P5 maybe at some point in this race. So yeah, it really was remarkable, and I think if, like you said, his luck holds on, as we see the BMW here going just very, very deep, avoiding the barrier just a tiny bit. Yeah, so if his luck holds on, like you mentioned, I think we will see some great drives in this season.
Yeah, for sure. There's still plenty of racing action to come in this season. Like I said, it's only the third round, so just a quick sneak peek. We'll get through the calendar later on as well, of course, but there's still some amazing circuits left to come in the bronze split, with the fourth round in 2 weeks' time at Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, one of the other great tracks that we run at. Well, let's take a look. There we go. We have the calendar. Thank you very much, Niclas. It is Spa on the 6th of March, so the fourth round around that magnificent racing track. Speaking of magnificent racing tracks, the 20th of March is Silverstone. Of course, also a classic, followed by Sebring, a personal favorite of mine, at the east coast of America and Florida. The bumpy hell, I also call it sometimes, also being an endurance round, so that's going to be very spicy indeed. So that will be one that you wouldn't want to miss watching that, of course, with a lot more carnage to come. And then Portimao and Fuji to round up the season, as we can now see finally the sun slowly but surely moving up. This is Mattia Bortolin, a replay of him in the 50 Ferrari into Arnage, locking up and going straight then through the gravel back on track, and being passed again by Daniel Maassen. So that's him in 5th now, I think. We might even drop back a little bit more. It's just been Maassen has just unlapped himself on Bortolin, but he did lose a place on Giacomi. Well, he was already in 3rd, so he remains in 4th then. Mattia Bortolin in the number 50 Ferrari. We had Maassen unlapping himself there on the number 50. As you can see, the sun is now rising up again. Oh, that's Wip, the third place, having the same mistake.
Yeah.
It's looking like a tricky place there.
Yeah, I think there's a good patch of, I think there's a good wet patch maybe, which is causing this. Oh, yeah, this.
That's just a bit of a sinking issue.
Yeah.
There we go. This should. So he's still on the track, but yeah, there we go. You were saying, sorry.
Yeah, it was maybe just a wet patch which is causing like this kind of mistakes. Yeah, because it's in the motorsport, it's also not that like every part of the track is equally wet. It's more like there's dynamic track changes, so all the cars you see the spray are essentially sucking water off of the track, and therefore the line remains a bit drier than this on other parts of the track, and sometimes even especially in low speed corners there's creating some kinds of damp puddles and damp patches where you are soaking into water quite a bit, which is causing a huge loss of grip essentially. As we see Vip only like touching the wall. It's Virage du Pont, I think that was. Yeah,
very slippery out there, and just brushed the wall ever so slightly indeed, coming into the Porsche curve. So he's still on 1P, still on the track in P3 ahead of Passierp. So Vip, despite his drive-through penalty earlier on, he's still on a podium position for now. So some good pace out there for him indeed. So we are about 53 minutes left in this race. The sun is shining again. Usually this is the time where we start talking about the golden hour at Le Mans. This is usually the time where the track is starting to warm up again, and these cars really come back to life, really. Seeing that it's still pouring down there, I'm not really sure if we're going to go back to slick tire running anytime soon, unfortunately for us. So that action will have to wait just a tad longer. I'm not really sure if it's gonna get any drier at all, if the rain is just continuing for the rest of the race, really. The rain has come a bit earlier than we were expecting, so there's no guarantee it won't leave at some point as well. But that's well, we'll have to wait and see how that all works out come the final 50 minutes of this race. But so far. It's being made slightly easier for our drivers. Now they can actually see where they're going, which is kind of handy when you're in a racing car. So hopefully a bit less incidents for them. This is Pascal Touring trying to make up some places that he just lost after an earlier incident, and the gap in the hypercar has really just been extending after this night stint. It's 16 seconds now between Kosa and Tecciani. Kosa has been dominant all race, really. And Kosa, let's just quickly see what there's results are. I think that's Vincent Bourgois in our list, isn't it, Daniel? We got confused with that last week as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he scored 8 points in Bahrain.
Yeah.
There we go. 8 points in Bahrain and a 3rd place in Monza 2 weeks ago. So he already did score a podium this championship, but adding 38 points to his tally would, of course, be a very good start. Still pretty much the start of the season, of course. Still a very good opening 3 rounds of this season for sure. Don't forget Tecciani winning Bahrain, 2nd place in Monza. Now again is now on course for a 4th place if the results remaining as they are. So still very much up there. Giacomi a 3rd place and a win 2 weeks ago at Monza, and now again on podium course. So those 3 drivers, or 4 drivers really, I have to say, are right up there in the championship with I think Mattia Bottalin really the only outlier there, as Maassen again. Yeah.
Spinning, I think, the first sector there. As the temperature's rising also, we see a huge decrease. Oh, there was a massive... Yeah, and that's race over, I think. There was a huge impact. There was a 200 kilometers per hour plus impact, I imagine.
Yeah, let's see another replay of it.
Yeah, it was just like applying the brakes maybe and just getting this very nasty snap.
Yeah, that's very hefty. Yeah. He is still driving.
He's still driving. It's remarkable. This Peugeot is really something else. I mean, he hit the...
it's crapping though.
There's some kind of damage at least.
This is pure French engineering you're seeing right here. This is, the steering is very bad indeed. So it'll be
somehow holding on. It's really just somehow surviving. I mean, it's not properly turning, as you see. But we saw what I was trying to say early on. We saw a huge decrease in terms of wetness. It's gone from 16% to now only 7%. So I can imagine that we will get a crossover point potentially at some point during this race.
But the wetness has been decreasing ever so slightly, is what you're saying?
Yeah, from 16 to 7% now.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was just trying to keep my eyes on this Peugeot, just limping back home. Somehow, it's still driving, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he ends up parking it somewhere along the road later on. Someone asking in chat, can someone remind me of what the Contender Series is? Well, yes, I can. The Contender Series are the bronze and the silver splits, and those are the series that we run on the Friday evening. And, well, they're still getting all the attention we can give them, but they're kind of our... how do you say that? Not contenders, not feeder series. Yeah, it's feeder series essentially for the pro splits that we have, the gold and the platinum, both being driven on the Sundays. So I really see this as a feeder series and a place for these drivers to grow themselves and find themselves in a bit of a spotlight, and if they perform well enough, promote themselves to the higher splits as well. We also have the Challenger Series, which is the Tier 1 series. That is the only series that we do not broadcast here on a YouTube live stream. It is being raced on Wednesdays. As we see the 007 of Kolman making his way through as well, lapping Daniel Maassen, the stricken Peugeot. So those 3 series really are forming the base of VMS, the 2 Pro Series, the 2 Contender Series in the 1 Challenger Series, and all just kind of providing these drivers a podium to prove themselves and allow them to grow themselves in this championship and potentially be picked up by a racing team. I believe last year season we had Rick van Aerle competing in the Platinum Split. Of course, also already a well-known name in the sim racing world. And I think it was either him or someone else. I might be mistaken. Maybe you know this, Daniel, who then joined Team Redline at the end of the season. I think it was Rick van Aerle. Might be mistaken on that one, but.
Yeah, it maybe. I know for sure that Bonahuis was competing in Platinum and is part of Team Redline. But I think Rick van Aerle is possibly also at Redline. I'm not quite sure about that, unfortunately.
Let me just see if I can find this.
But that name does ring a bell there. So is he trying to just somehow get this car in one piece to the pit lane? Yeah, really not any kind of steering inputs possible on these cars, really, on this car.
Yeah, it's a kind of a miracle that he was able to get the car back into the pit lane there.
Yeah.
But like we said, there's so many DNFs and there's a lot of points on the table, so he'll be hoping to at least get to the end and then get some points there on the board come the end of it. Still a long way to go, still 46 minutes to go, so usually we would be slowly nearing the halfway point of a regular VMS race, which is an hour and 20 minutes long this season, so about 6 minutes away from usually a half of this race. But of course, this being an endurance round, we're well over halfway at this point, and they're going to see the leader lapping Jeremy Barreau as well. That Porsche has just been flying throughout the race. It's really, really cool to see Vince Cosa being able to perform so well in these conditions, especially. And Barreau up now in 6th position, so I think he'll be happy with that after that off-sequence strategy that we were talking about earlier. And scoring some good points potentially here come the end of this race. So this is a bit of a driver's question, Daniel. Right now, these guys have been driving in the wet for about an hour, I would say. Maybe slightly a bit shorter. Barreau almost losing it there as well on the braking. Would you say right now, do you just want the rain to keep going, or do you want to get dry again?
Maybe a bit of both. I mean, the upsides of having rain coming down at all times is just you're like in the mood. You are just focused on this. You don't have to really adapt on anything. Although saying this, there's a huge decrease, as I already mentioned, in terms of wetness. So there's 5% now, so you have to adapt your lines to that also, because the less the less water you have on the track, you need to adapt your lines to that, and the faster you will essentially drive. And on the other hand, some people have like set up the car for a more dry approach, or maybe a wet and dry, but focused more on the dry. Because I think in drive director's notes there were more dry phases and slots than there were wet phases. So these guys probably are wishing for a dry race to eventually come in this race. So yeah, it's a bit of both. It's kind of also depending on where you are in this race. If you're a leader, you've always want to things keep as they are. You don't want any changes and don't want to adapt to anything, especially when you have a 22 seconds lead behind of you. So yeah, it's kind of depending. If you're like really on your back, but you're a lap down, or I don't know, a minute down of the next car, changing conditions is always something where you see a opportunity to improve and to maybe gain a spot or two. Also tire wise, some people really have tried their best to save some tires, so these guys are going to be hoping for this race to have some kind of dry race as well, so it was not all for nothing. Other ones haven't. So yeah, it's really dependent on how the race has been for now and in what position these drivers find themselves.
Yeah, for sure. So I did just double check. It was indeed Bono House, I should say,
Yeah.
who was competing in a Platinum Split last season and then went on to join Team Redline. So, like I was trying to explain, this really is a podium for new drivers to find new teams and be able to grow themselves. And Team Redline, of course, will run or partially run at least by Max Verstappen. It's no small feat to drive for those guys. So that's very impressive stuff indeed.
Also, James Baldwin. Yeah.
Baldwin as well.
James Baldwin was driving the Platinum Split and was just recently signed by Team Redline. I think Bono Hoist was also competing with Team Redline in the Platinum Split. I'm not sure if there was a second driver, because in my head there were two Redline BMWs, but I might just be mistaken.
I'll see if I can find the starting list from last season. I think I should be able to do that.
It surely was Bono Hoist in Spa, at least, because I was there to commentate this race. But yeah, I don't know if there was another one, another red line there.
Let's see if I'm able to find this really quickly. I have a lot of files on my computer, so not sure if I can. I'm able to find it. Let's see.
Yeah, I think with the wetness of the track coming down to I think 2% right now, we're coming at a to the point where we may think about changing back to slick tires. Of course, with a bit of rain also coming down, it's less probable to do that right now. Yeah, but as the track gets drier and drier, you can always sort of think about it and maybe evaluate at what given time you want to change your tires to a slick one.
Yeah, so unfortunately we don't have the teams noted in the starting list from last season, but based on the names that I see, I think it was only Bono House and James Baldwin back then, but I'm saying only, it's still two very, very quick drivers, of course, competing there, so
and we also
show...
That's no. Go on.
Go ahead.
We've also had the Contender esports team, which has been evolving around the end of season 3 of VMS, which are really like the benchmark in terms of teams, besides I think Tantrum in Le Mans Ultimate at the moment, with drivers like Arda Ercan, Michi Hoya, I think Jane Simoncic, if I'm correct, driving for them. Yeah, it's a great team. They are competing great even in other series, so they're really the benchmark in the Ultimate and are very often seen in our Platinum Splits.
Yeah, let's not forget that James Baldwin was recently signed as a Mercedes F1 simulator driver as well, which is basically, well, you can't really get any higher than that, as we see a massive spin there by Patrick Den in the 60 Porsche. It's sideways then.
Oh, I think he
lost his wheel.
Yeah. Lost the left rear tire, I think, or the front.
That's another replay of it.
There was a long slide.
Yeah. Also very early on there. Yeah, that's left front gone.
Left. Yeah.
So I think that's his race done then as well in the Porsche 992. It was running quite well throughout. I think it was up to P5 or 6 at some point. And now, unfortunately, out of this race with only 40 minutes left to go. So he's well within the final stages of this race. There's already 2 hours of racing gone this evening. So he basically had his first hand on some points there. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to continue on after that big incident coming into the Porsche curve. And he is our latest DNF in the LMGT3 field. As you can see, we have a load of DNFs in LMGT3. I think almost half of the drivers that we started out with. So unfortunately, a lot of them already finding the barriers throughout this race. And the leaders have kind of been invincible throughout. We've not really been talking about LMGT3 all that much throughout this race, but it's also because not really all that much has happened for those drivers. It's still Vendele in the lead, almost 30 seconds ahead of Villard, 30 seconds ahead of Vip. And those gaps have remained stable throughout this race already, with Pasierp and Pescatoris in the P4 and P5. And Van Nimmen and Leost also running P6 and 7, and Mastellari, the final running car, in P8, a lap down on the cars ahead. And the story is kind of similar in Hypercar, with Cossa 22 seconds up the road on Riccardo Tracciani, who is 36 seconds up the road by Giacomi, who is 31 seconds up the road on Bourtalen, who then is 20 seconds up the road for Rune Kolman in P5. And I think Barrault is quite a long way down on him as well. So quite some big gaps forming or having formed in this race. And really everyone just trying to survive these final stages. There's 37 minutes left on the clock.
Also, we have seen the windscreen wipers stop working, so it is not pouring down anymore, not drizzling. So we are running towards a dry track at the end of the race, I think. So yeah, from that on, from here on, I think the track will increasingly just dry up even more and more. So yeah, the option of a dry tire is getting bigger and bigger and more probable.
Yeah, for sure. So that's I'm curious to see if there's enough cars left on track to actually move all that water out of the way enough for there to form a dry line come the end of this race. Not sure if you have any thoughts on that, but normally, of course, we run about 40 cars in this championship, or 35 to 40 cars. So do you think there's enough cars on track to make all that water go away?
I mean, in over the duration of 36 minutes, I think we will get at least dry conditions, and maybe not an entirely dried up track, but at least a dry line that we will see at some stages. We see also the track temperature is rising increasingly to 17 degrees Celsius. So yeah, I'm thinking that at some point at the ending of the race, we will have at least a dry line here, and with that potentially a lot of drivers changing to the dry compound.
And it might just come in at the wrong moment for a lot of these drivers. As you can see, the Virtual Energy is kind of nearing the end of their stints. So I think a lot of drivers are going to be forced to remain on those wet weather tires for now.
Yeah, I mean, most drivers have around 1 or maybe 2 laps to go. So maybe you could also gamble and just go onto the dry tire and try to fight your way through until it's good to go. It may
I think
be
with the spray, that's probably a bit too early, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
I think
it's difficult to tell right now, but I think Koza is having a good. I mean, he is. Where is he on track? He's around the end of the lap. Yeah. So maybe after this one, there could be 2 laps for him to go. Yeah. And I mean, from that point on, he could try dry tires, but of course he's in the lead, so he will want to take as little risk as he possibly can. So kind of a tricky situation for all the drivers here out there. Yeah.
It is very tricky. These are the very, very difficult conditions that we spoke about, and a small decision can change a lot in these moments. So I think most of these guys will just pit and remain on the tires that they're running currently, and get the fuel that they need to go to the end, and then potentially going on slicks later on if the track dries down enough to do so. But only time will tell, of course, if that actually happens the way I just predicted it. I just want to acknowledge that we see a lot of support for Vince Cossa up in the lead of Hypercar. Someone saying, "Let's go La Vroom, the only team with a duck." And I just noticed there is a massive duck there on the rear wing of Vince Cossa's car, which is very funny. So that is, yes, I do really enjoy those small gimmicks. Seeing that, that's very funny indeed. See multiple Hypercars coming through again, so they're gambling on going 1 lap longer then. So Valkyrie Kolman is still on 2 bars, so he has a bit more virtual energy in the tank than most of these guys there, so he's able to save a bit more fuel then.
Yeah, Kolman has, if I'm correct, 23% virtual energy left, so that leaves him with around 2 laps, including this one, to go, while his competitors are all facing, I think, only 1 lap, including this one, I think, to go before the pit stop. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what the GT3 driver he does, but I think he's just fueling up and not getting any new tires, because the jacks are down already.
Yeah,
So
I think you're right. It's the leader for.
Yeah,
that's the leader for the GT3. And I think, like you said, he remains on the same weather tires that he is currently on. So I think they'll just at least. We could see some drivers later on go for remaining on these. He is changing tires then. So.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
As well, I think we see it looks like it's still raining because the windscreen wipers are again activated, and we have 1% of rain coming down here. It's just tiny drizzle, but also it doesn't really help with drying the track, does it?
No, usually more water to a track that doesn't make it more dry. No, that's so. It's not a lot of rain, like you said, but it's just enough to keep the track wet enough for to remain on wet weather tires. So I think it's kind of impossible for most of these guys to go for slicks later on. If we do see Vince Cosa kind of trying to cool down the tires here a little bit, I think there is a bit of a dry line forming there now.
Yeah,
that you can see.
Maybe
so he is trying to cool it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe it will be different, like with more cars on the track. We will see maybe a different outcome with this small rain and the drying up track. But yeah, with this limited amount of cars drying up the track, it's, I think, going to remain a wet track for now. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see some dry compounds being put on these machinery at some point of this race.
Yeah, with 30 minutes left to go, I tend to think that we'll remain on wet weather tires, or at least we might see someone gamble it on the end. But I think most of these guys will just play it safe and remain on the wets, even if it's drying up a bit more. Because, like you mentioned correctly, the wipers are still going very much so. So it's still raining a bit out there, and I think you want to gamble, especially with kind of points guaranteed in both fields at this point. You don't really want to gamble losing those points that you have fought so hard for to stay on track, stay in one piece, and not get the points in the end. So I doubt we'll see any courageous moves on that side. What is the gap again between Kolman and Bortolem? Because of course Kolman will have a shorter pit stop in the end, but I doubt it will be enough to close the gap by any means.
It's currently 3 point ways.
It's 13 seconds, I think.
Yeah, 13.5.
There we go. So
I can tell you the last laps. I don't know if that's relevant or not.
Yes, please.
Between him and Bortolin is currently wait. Just a second. Where is Bortolin? Sorry,
there we go.
Get lost.
We have it on screen.
Yeah.
It's a 4-second gap. So that's a 55.9 for Bortolin last lap and a 51.8 for Kolman. So a 4-second gap between the two drivers last lap alone, and he's taking quite a bit of some time out of the Ferrari already. It's at 13 seconds instead of the it's fluctuating a bit again. So it remains about the 13-14 seconds then at this point. But he did gain a lot of time last lap, so maybe an error by Bortolin that we might have missed then. Meanwhile, Tracciani is in the pit lane, so he is the first of the hypercars to pit. Same with Barreau and Supan. And Giacomo is also in the pit lane. So Cosa has remained out on track. He has just enough energy to continue on a little bit then in this final stages of the race. And I'm assuming Bortolin will come in this lap as well. No, he's might be the interest, of course, a bit later on. So I think he will be coming in there we go. The Ferrari is in as well for his final pit stop of the race. Just a little bit of fuel needed for these cars to go to the end. And then it's just a sprint to the finish. So no more mistakes are allowed now. Yeah, as expected, the Valkyrie goes on. He had a bit more fuel in the tank left, so he'll continue on for a little bit longer. But these are the stages where you really cannot allow any mistakes to happen, because it will cost you big time, and there's no time anymore to make up for them at all. So very, very, well, even more difficult and high, how do you say that? Not high standing, but high risk situations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very crucial
like
to really
there we
keep
go. Yeah.
on the track. It's kind of the crunch time of the race now, with only 30 minutes to go, with these kind of sort of changing conditions. It's raining a bit more now. There's 3% of rain coming down. So yeah, it's really just not the ideal time to make mistakes, because there's no time left to really ease them up or make up for them.
Yeah, like a certain Brit would say, Lewis, it's hammer time.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to know for these type of conditions and these situations really that you're in. It has moved now Rune Kolman up into third after Giacomo and Portelen have made their pit stops. They're about 30 seconds ish behind. 8 seconds on Giacomo and 38 seconds on Portelen. So he is up front right now, but he'll be coming in this lap or next lap, I'm assuming. And Costa will be coming into this lap as well, I'm pretty sure. So that whole field should fluctuate just once more. There's Vince Costa, and he does come in this lap, the number 19 Porsche. Been leading since the start, and will for sure remain in the lead after this final pit stop as well, pending any things going wrong. But it's a good entry for him this time, so he shouldn't have any difficulties then after this pit stop in the Porsche 963. And your second place, Trecciani, is about a minute and a half behind, so he'll be coming out. Will stay behind him after the pit stop by Vince Costa in about a minute as well. The track does seem a lot drier in certain places. There's a bit of spray here, but then here it's dry again, so it's really difficult.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell now if at what stages they are, like if you can even consider dry compounds, because for now I think especially in the low speed corners, there's just too much of water collecting at one patches and puddles, so you can't really change for dry tires entirely now. But at some places like here, these fast Porsche curves and Virage du Pont, it's really like almost no spray at all, and therefore no water at all on a dry line there. So yeah, it's sort of very mixing conditions. There's on the one hand very dry patches, there's on the other hand very wet patches or moderate wet patches. So yeah, it's difficult to tell, and also that's the more of the dry patches are causing wet tires to overheat quite significantly. As we see, I think Rune Kolman is going to turn into the pit lane now.
Yep, there goes.
He is.
So keep it within the white lines. That he does. Getting over the curbs. That's probably the difference between like the regular drivers and racing drivers. When I go into the pit lane, I'm like, okay, I'll just take it easy. It's just the pit lane, and I'll just make sure I get in. But then you see some drivers just cluttering over the curbs and taking every millisecond out of the pit and entry. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of dedication just to save a couple of tenths. But that's kind of the dedication that you need in order to perform well at these levels.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at big events, there are also like these kind of lap guides for certain events or certain tracks, And one of the crucial parts is always like the braking reference for your pit lane. I mean, here it's a lot more difficult. For instance, in Daytona or something, there's really like a fixed braking reference which is not moved, because the pit entry there, as you can imagine, is just straight up going inside and just braking. Here you have to like slow down, partially of course because of the chicane, and of course of the speed limit there. So yeah, it's a lot more tricky here than it's on other tracks, but yeah, this is where racing drivers really gain only margins, but in this sport margins can do a big thing and can impact the race significantly.
Yeah, for sure. Especially around long races like this, it's every small difference counts, and those small differences at the end kind of count up to a big difference. Point proven in the lead, 44 seconds now between Kos and Tracciani after the late pit stop by the leader. And this gap, on the other hand, has come down quite a bit. It's now 7.5 seconds between Bortolin and Rune Kolman. It used to be about 14. So he cut that gap in half there after a late pit stop by the Valkyrie. But now he has some hunting left to do in the final stages of this race. He was a bit quicker before the pit stop, so we'll see if he's able to close this gap at all and potentially go for a fourth place in this race come the later stages then. It's still 21 minutes left to go, so we are well and truly in the final parts of this third round of the VMS Bronze Split, the 2 hour and 40 minutes of Le Mans. We've seen some crazy action out on track with a lot of carnage, a lot of crashes, a lot of incidents, but there's a small number of drivers who have, well, persevered and just remained out on track in one piece, and have come up to the challenge and are still out there on track in one piece. So huge congratulations to them already for maintaining that for so long. That's no mean feat. It's really just a matter of settling down and getting it to the finish line now. I can imagine that this is also the stage where it's very easy to make said mistake, where your concentration is just lapsing just a little bit.
Yeah. Of course, with these also changing ambient of like going to the daylight and everything, and you're close to the end, so you get like this sort of feeling of relaxing because okay, you're almost there. You can't really lose the car, but in fact that's the part where your concentration is so loose that you may as well end up losing the car. So it's really important to be focused at all time, and especially here where you have these set mixed conditions and where your concentration might fluctuate.
Yeah, it is the most difficult part of the race usually, and it always looks so easy by these guys, but I can assure you it's not. It's very, very, very difficult indeed. It's usually the things that are difficult when something is very good at something very difficult. The easier they make it look, the better they are at it. It's just it's an understatement as to saying how difficult some of these things can be, even if it's just sim racing. So if I had a hat on my head, I would take it off for them, but I don't. So it's just a fictional hat then. Anyway, instead of talking about cake, we're talking about hats. There we go. It is looking like the rain is coming down a bit more, maybe?
Yeah, it's 9% rain now, so the windscreen wipers are really doing their best to keep the raindrops off the windscreen. So yeah, it seems like another challenge for these drivers who are very likely to do mistakes in this part of the race, as we mentioned before. With higher rain, higher intensity of rain, it's really more difficult also to drive, because you need to once again adapt your lines, once again adapt your driving, because it's getting slower, it's getting wetter.
I mean, and the wet weather tires also wear down, of course. In real life, you're hear people say like the wets have been driven down to be basically slicks again, as the pattern on it is just worn down. So I can imagine in sim as well, it just gets even less grippy when you're on worn down wet tires.
Yeah, of course. It's as well a big part to play here. So more rain and worse tires are usually not the best combination you might have.
No, you wouldn't think so. No, that's usually the point where it fails.
Yeah.
So all these drivers is making sure they get their car back home. And the only really somewhat close gap is between P4 and P5 in LMGT3. You see a replay of Zupan in the yellow Cadillac, the number 3. A bit of a connection issue again there as well, triggering a yellow flag, unfortunately. So not really something he can do about. But Zupan really kind of an up and down race for him. We haven't really, well, we have mentioned him occasionally, and we saw him, of course, early on in the race. But I'm kind of both surprised and, well, kind of. It's been very nice to see him drive this one out, and he's currently in P7, which is still some good points after a very hefty crash earlier on. But he's still there, so that's well. Personally, I would say huge props to him.
Yeah, I mean he went a bit on under the radar for us, but yeah, being in P7, he scores good and probably 9 points in this endurance round. So yeah, I mean he went a bit under the radar. He had some kind of issues at the start of the race, I think. At the early stage of the race, and then it was really just some consistent driving and just, you know, getting the time. Oh, was we see? I think it's Kolman, yeah, going deep there. Look at the gap. It's 8.8. It's increased a little bit by, I think, a second, and maybe was caused by this small mistake by Kolman here. But yeah, I mean,
I think he's been dropping back a little bit, but
yeah. I mean, for now he's already up 7.7 seconds, so the gaps have been fluctuating between those two, because in some parts of the racetrack one is superior to the other. But yeah, now again it's 8.5, so like I said, a bit fluctuating.
Right there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been dropping back ever so slightly the last couple of laps. So the Ferrari seemingly has found a bit more pace again come these laps. So I think the one where we saw Rune like reeling in about 4 seconds in one lap, I think it was just a mistake by Bortolanden somewhere. But he has found a bit more pace in these couple of laps to number 50. So I think that's his P4 pretty much safe if nothing else happens for him. I also did quickly want to touch on Jeremy Barrault again. We talked about him earlier as well with the offset strategy. We're kind of surprised then that he went so early. It really hasn't worked for him as well then.
No, it did not. But still, P6 is a somewhat decent result for him. Of course, influenced by the huge number of DNS we had and the numbers of mistakes other drivers done that are, you know, running behind him right now. Yeah, also raced bit under the radar. He is having some issues, then was pitting early and obviously didn't work out because of the early rain. So yeah, a bit sad and a bit frustrating for his strategy to not work out the way he wanted it to be, or he wanted it to work out. But yeah, I mean, it happens. Still, I think 12 points, which he will be awarded and which he can be proud of, because I think that's equal to a P4 finish in a normal round. So yeah, good points for him, nevertheless.
Yeah, for sure. That's the big advantage that you gain when you're still in the race at all during an endurance round. You will score a lot more points no matter where you finish. There is more points on the table, so it's really worth it to stay in the race and try and compete as best as you can. Like you said, 12 points is usually a 4th place finish, so it's a good job nonetheless. Being helped a little bit by the amount of DNS that we had in this race, but he is one of the drivers who did keep it on the road. So, you know, there's something to that as well, and it's no easy feat, as we have seen. And P6 is nothing to be salty about. 13 minutes left to go. We are in the final couple of laps of this magnificent racing track here in the middle of France. Circuit de la Sarthe. 2 hours and 40 minutes endurance round, the first endurance round of the season here at Bronze. And a race with mixed emotions, as you can tell. We've seen a lot of great action on track. Also a lot of carnage, but it's slowly but steadily coming to a close. It's been dying off quite a bit over the last couple of minutes already, with some big gaps out there, and people just keeping it on the road as best as they can. You can see there, last lap, the difference between the P4 and P5. It's kind of almost an identical lap time there, 78 thousandths of a second of a difference between the two. So, not really anyone gaining or losing there for the battle for P4 in hypercar. And LM GT3 Pescatori has kind of been dropping back on Passier the last couple of laps as well. It's about 6 seconds now. And both of them about 20 seconds or 15 seconds behind Vip, who is still in third. And Pescatori, of course, spinning out then after contact with Vip in Arnage. After kind of a dive fall, I think he just missed his braking point, like you were saying, Daniel. Just missing his braking point and diving down the inside of Vip and then spinning out while doing so. So he remains in 5th for now. Again, so good points, like we said. Those extra points count for GT3 as well, of course. So still some very good results and points in the bag. Pescatori, I think, let's see, he did win 2 weeks ago in Monza. I thought he did, when the McLaren was kind of a rocket ship, and the second McLaren was in 3rd with Charles-Antoine Vip. And then the Porsche of Vendelle, who is now again leading this race, got 2nd place after winning in Bahrain. So it's safe to say that Vendelle has taken an early charge here in the LM GT3 Championship, and will remain and retain that championship lead. And I think that China will also remain in the lead of Hypercar. Yeah, should be just about. So I think the lead in both classes will remain the same for at least after this round. In this class, was Van Nimme sliding his car through Mulsanne 2. A quick replay of that. Still a huge amount of water on there. That's,
the rain increased, or the wetness, we're not entirely sure. Increased to 11% now, so it's quite up there when it was at its peak, just missing a few percentage points. But yeah, it's it's kind of wet like it was before, like I mentioned. So yeah, lots of sprays, as we see even in the high speeds now, and approaching the 4th chicanes.
Yeah, so unfortunately no extra tire strategy going on there at the end of this race, like we're kind of hoping for then.
Yeah,
but it's still like I was asking you earlier on. I think for most of these drivers, it's just being able to remain in their rhythm that they have with these conditions. It's nice to just able to continue as they are. See the leader again with again a lot of support for that leader in the YouTube chat. The Vroom is striking again. Let's go Vroom. The Dutch Porsche driven by Vince Cossa. I think there's a lot of guys very happy that Vince Cossa is on a good lead there. As you see that's the Valkyrie Kolman. He was in 5th. Oh no!
But just tapping the barrier.
The wall there.
Yeah.
He's on slicks.
Oh! No, okay.
Oh, that's replay bug. Okay, never mind. He is on wet tires.
Oh yeah.
There we go. I was kind of scared that he was on slicks there. But he remains in the race nonetheless, luckily for him. So a bit of a mistake there coming through the S's. But he is still out on track. I thought for a second, I was so scared that he was on slicks there. That would have been kind of insane. As we Oh, there's a bit of understeer there as well. So I'm not sure if he has some damage. I probably has. After that tap, but he might have just been able to tap it on the right spot, so to speak, and get away with it. And he does have 2 minutes to the guy behind him, so I think P5 will be quite secure anyway, so no need to take any big risks and just keep it on the road like the rest of the drivers out there. As I say, that there's a yellow flag again, so hopefully not someone else pinned it there, but oh, this was a Lin.
Oh, this was a... And
The commentator strikes again.
What should be through? Yeah, he's in P4.
Yeah. Oh, it's just snapping the rear.
That's nasty. Oh, and that's a big shunt.
Yeah, so that's the Ferrari number 50, who was in 4th place, spinning out all on his own. A big mistake then. As we were saying, it's so easy to make one. That's a rear wheel gone as well, so that's him out of the race. And it's so easy to make a big mistake in these stages and not come home at all. And yep, that's him, I think, out of this race. After that, that's I think him in the garage.
I think he's still... Wait.
Oh, he's still out on track, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's still there,
yeah. He's waiting.
I think he's just kind of stuck now.
Yeah.
He's trying to get out, but...
Yeah, he's full on throttle, but, you know, he's missing a tire.
that usually doesn't help if you want to move.
Yeah, no.
Missing a tire.
Especially in a gravel trap, I think you are hoping to have all 4 tires working.
Yeah.
Especially on the rear, you hope to have both tires, so... I mean, he's moving.
You can hear him revving.
Yeah, it's the engine is screaming. Entirely. Crying for help.
Yeah, that Ferrari engine is not happy. He really is crying as hard as he can. You see the helicopter shot then.
I mean, the good thing is he will still be classified, even if he won't see the checkered flag, I think, because he completed 75% of the race. So they will see him in P8 at least.
You might very well be right about that. I completely forgot about that rule. But yes, I think you're right that he will for sure get P8 then at least. I see Barreau coming through as well for 5th.
Yeah.
So there we see the Valkyrie.
With how many points awarded? With 18 points awarded. That's equal to a 2nd place in a normal championship race. So that's some good points.
Yeah, so that puts him on 28 points after 2 races. He missed the opening round, but he's on 28 points as it stands. So that is some very good points indeed for Kolman after 2 races. Jeremy Barreau scored 10 points in the opening round, but DNF'd the last time out in Monza. And currently it sees him also scoring 12 points, like they were saying earlier. So that's also some very good points on the board for him, both Valkyries. And like we said so often this race, just surviving is key to scoring any points in this race, because so many drivers have failed to survive and have just binned it in the first half of this race already. So staying alive as much as you can, you know how the song goes, and you will get some points on the board. So it goes here for Daniel Maassen, who's still in the race, and that's just well, we'll see him score multiple points come the end of it. So as it stands, Treciani is currently in 2nd. He will score 28 points, if I'm not mistaken. 27 points then. And Vince is on in 3rd. So this will remain Treciani in the lead then. So if I fill in my sheet, I'm not allowed to fill in the sheet. There we go. So I'm just going to have to do it by brains. So I think this will put Treciani on 70 points. And Vince on 61, I think. I think so, yes. So 70 points for Treciani and 61 for Vince Costa. So there's a 9 points difference between those 2 guys in the next round, with Giacomi, who's now in 3rd. will remain between those guys, I think, on, let me just see, 63. Yeah, so that's Petrani still in the lead on 70 points, and then Giacomi on 63, and Vince Cosa on 61 points. So the top three remain as they are in the hypercar standings. Someone is very enthusiastically saying the Staying Alive song in YouTube chat. I appreciate that. And he's still there.
I mean, not really something else you can do here.
I think he's just trying to... He's almost at the tire mag there.
I mean, he's moving ever so slightly, of course.
I mean, it's one thing to get out of the gravel trap, then you need to get back to the pit lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, from after the gravel trap, it's, I think, significantly easier to somehow get to the pit lane, hopefully. Yeah, we just hope that his second tire won't burst while he's trying to get out of the gravel trap.
Yeah, or his engine.
Oh yeah, that as well.
As we are now on the final lap of this race, Vince Costa will take the final lap here with 2 minutes to go. And the clock will run down to 0 on this lap with about a 3:50 for a regular lap in these conditions. Wiggle there through through turn 1 as well for the Porsche. So this will be the final lap in this race. And all of the cars coming through now will start their final laps as well. I think that's most of the grid. And then there might be one GT3 is able to lap before the end of this race. That will be happy about that. But yeah, he's still there as well.
Yeah, but I think he has one tire on the asphalt.
I think so, yeah.
Already, yeah, 2 now.
Well, Lance Stroll should take some notes from this.
Yeah.
It's almost there.
Yeah. We're getting
it's like
there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Almost done it.
From now on gets easier. Okay. It's easier said than done.
He's still stuck. Oh, hopefully. Don't go back on the track. That's the Cadillac of Zupang coming through.
I hope he's aware of that.
Don't reset jointly. Well, keep an eye on him if he's able to continue. I highly doubt he will get any further than one corner, to be honest. But
yeah,
I appreciate the effort that he's put into it and tried to get out of the gravel trap as he did, and given us something to talk about for the final 5 minutes as well. So I appreciate the effort that he's put in.
See.
Yeah, we'll see him on the left-hand side here for sure. Yeah, there he is.
Oh,
he is straight again.
Yeah, he's straightened out. He's on his way to the finish line with small steps, but he's getting there.
As the clock has ticked down to 0, so we'll pick up the leader shortly. Then he's now on the end of the Mulsanne straight and through Mulsanne corner. So this will be the final time he is coming through this part of the track. Second place, almost a minute behind him with Petrani there. Giacomi a half minute behind him as well in third. So some massive gaps going on there in hypercar. Vince Costa really taking a well-deserved victory in the third round of this season with a lot of support for him. The duck car in P1, the number 19, coming through Indianapolis for the final time now up to Arnage. He will pass the stricken Ferrari, I'm sure, after the Porsche curves there. So we'll potentially see that one on the onboard. There we go. The broadcast is already shifting to an onboard for us so lovingly. So we will see as we ride on board with the Porsche 963. Unfortunately not competing in real life in Le Mans this year, but she is surely competing at the VMS and she'll take a very well-deserved victory at the third round at Le Mans. There is the Ferrari. It's still driving though, ever so slowly, so I think he will take the checkered flag in a little bit. Coming through the Porsche curves for the final time, the Porsche 963, Vince Costa on board that Porsche. He will take his first victory of the season after a third place 2 weeks ago at Monza. Now towards the fourth chicane. You can see the yellow flag there for the Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen. Moving out of the way nicely so. And Vince Cossa is your winner, flashing the lights. He is your winner here at the third round of the VMS Bond Series. Vince Cossa wins at Le Mans in the Porsche 963. An enormous drive by him, a giga drive by him. A full minute ahead of Riccardo Trecciani, who's only now come out of Arnage in the Cadillac V Series. And an insane performance by Vince Cossa, who takes his first win of the season in the Vroom team. Let's said in the comments with the duck on his car, and that duck really giving him some superpowers here tonight. Insane performance by him for sure. Riccardo Trecciani will come home in second place. There's your winner in LM GT3, Corbinian Windele, taking the win in the Porsche 992, half a minute ahead of Tom Willard in second position. The number 13 Fischer Racing Team Porsche 992. Of course, Fischer Racing Team is pretty much everywhere in the VMS. He will take a well-deserved victory as well then in that Porsche. Going past the stricken Ferrari, they're very close to the edge of the circuit, but he gets past it nonetheless. Through the fourth chicane for the final time. Corbinian Windele is your winner in the Porsche 992 here at Le Mans as well. As you see, I think that's... Oh, that's a massive hit there.
That's Trecciani and Bottas colliding.
My screen froze at just the wrong moment there, so let's see in the replay what happened. I think he was trying to cut across the track. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's the... Oh, yeah.
He's pushing him now.
And
I'm spinning him around. Not really sure what happened there. But I think Bertolin has taken a checkered flag, though. He almost has. Trecciani is home in second place, and Giacomi will come home in third. And he gets a push over the line. Very nice, very nice. He gets a push. Bertolin has taken a checkered flag, and all very, very happy about it, as you can see. Giacomi giving him a little push across the line. Very nice indeed by him. Gives me a bit of Cars vibes there, so that's always always good. It's Winner Kolman in fifth. He will come home in just a little while with Barrow in fifth. In LM GT3, it's Tom Willard in second. Whip in third in the end. With Pasierp in fourth. Pescatori in fifth. That is Pasierp here on your screen in the 79. He will come home in a well-deserved fourth position in the Lexus. And that's a nice performance by him indeed. There is the number fifth place Pescatori. A bit of a disappointing drive by him, I think, in the end. A bit of damage and contact here and there. The second place in the championship. And he will lose a lot of ground to Wendele, who takes the win here. And Wendele retaining the lead in LM GT3. So he won't be too happy with that result, I'm sure. As we see the final drivers making their way to the finish of this race. Is Mastellari still coming through Indianapolis right now, I think, looking at the track map. So he is the final driver out there. But Daniel, that is a 2 hour and 40-minute race here at Le Mans, done and dusted pretty much, as we see the final car making his way up. I'm not really sure what to make of that race. I think it's pretty much a race with two faces, to put it like that.
Yeah, it's been the big one. It's held what it was promising. Yeah, like you said, a bit of two sides. I mean, the downside is there were a lot of competitors who did not finish this race, as we see lots and lots of cars here on the left grayed out, given their DNF. Yeah, but on the other hand, we had seen some dominant performance by Kosa, some dominant performance by Windele, both Porsches in their own class respectively, really being the benchmark and sort of dominating, as we see Mastellari taking some kind of shortcut
missing his breaking
here.
point,
Really been the benchmark. We've seen some great battling at some plays as well, just reminding you of the Peugeot battle between Marston and Imhof. So we've really seen very, very lots of racing action here, also in the GT3s. This race has given us what it has promised us, but maybe with a bit more of a downside for some kind of people.
Yeah, so 16 drivers in the end take the checkered flag after that race. In LM GT3, it is Wendele taking the win there after a dominant drive and a fastest lap as well with a 58.8, still the same as we saw earlier after the rain fell down. Tom Villard in second. It's Whip in third in the McLaren. Pasiep in fourth position with Pescatori in fifth. Van Nimmen in sixth position with Leos in seven and Mastellari, the Mercedes driver, coming home in eighth, your final car on track in LM GT3. And the other DNS here on the list as well. Of course, we saw both the DCS racing the cars DNFing earlier on, both Ferraris there, crashing at some point throughout the race. A lot of drivers also not taking a start. Giving Kienbaum, the pole man, not to forget, he got pulled by half a second, I believe, and losing everything within the first 2 laps. So that's very, very disappointing for him. I don't think he'll be too happy with that. And then Hypercar, it is, of course, Vince Cossa taking the win. About a minute ahead of Riccardo Tracciani in the end in the Cadillac in P2 with Giacomi in third. Vince Cossa also having the fastest lap with a 27.6. Very quick indeed. Quicker than I can do in qualifying, so that's very impressive. Kolman in fourth in the end with a bit of luck with Portalen, but he puts his Valkyrie up there in fourth with Jeremy Barrault in fifth after a kind of a weird strategy, not really working out, but still good points in the end for him. It is Tsupan in the Cadillac after a crash earlier on as well, coming home in sixth, so I think he'll be happy with that. Daniel Maassen in seventh position. Mathieu Bottelen did get across the finish line in the end in eighth position after getting a heroic push by Giacomi, really like Lightning McQueen style-esque that we saw over the line. Really fun to see. Imhoff, Sawyer both DNFing after some big impacts throughout the race. And the other participants in Hypercar we might get to see, there we go, with a lot of these drivers crashing out the early stages. I remember Hoffman crashing out in the Porsche Curve and Samuel also in the Mulsanne. So a lot of carnage out there, a lot of DNFs, but those who managed to survive sure brought home some good points. Well, then we have 2 drivers waiting for us in the interview waiting room, and I think I'm gonna start with the. Let's take Daniel Maassen first. He is I think the 7th placed driver in Hypercar. As I'm just putting up the results really quickly in front of me, so I know what I'm talking about. There we go. Let's drag in Daniel Maassen to start out with. Good evening, Daniel. A very chaotic and hectic race from our point of view. You got home in P7 in the end. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, pretty good. You can't complain, I guess, given that was a that was a very interesting race. You know that I love the rain, right? I love it so much, actually. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, we were talking about that you mentioned that 2 weeks ago, how the rain was actually really nice to drive in, or last week. I don't remember what it was, but it looked very tricky out there today.
It's I don't know. I think the biggest thing, and I think also I noticed I'm blanking on his name, the Ferrari that got pushed across the line. Bottalon. Yeah, so I think he also had like a lower wing, and I messed up and didn't change the wing in the pit stop when putting wets on, and I think that made all the difference. I think anyone that had a little bit of a higher downforce, higher wing, you were able to survive. But anytime you had too much steering angle, the rear would just go if your wing was too low. So it was tough.
Yeah, how difficult are those conditions? Us as broadcasters or commentators, from an off-board view, we can't really see anything that's going on, especially during the dark with the rain. How difficult is it for you to just keep it on track and know where to go?
It's pretty difficult because you try to feel the track out and you start to think, okay, you get comfortable and you're looking at times around, you're like, okay, that guy's doing faster than me, so it means I can push a little bit more, and then you try to push a little bit more, and then you kind of hit the threshold, and when you hit that threshold, there's no it's no in between. It's either the threshold of like what your car can do, or you're in a wall. So it's got to find that. You got to walk that fine line.
Is it also the beauty of racing in itself?
I would agree. Yes, I would agree. Wish I had. I think for me it was mistakes beget mistakes. I had a rear lockup that sent me spinning and had damaged steering, and then after that, I was so concerned about if I should repair or not that when I pitted, I didn't increase the downforce, I didn't increase the wing like I wanted to, and then that beget another spin in the rain, and then another spin, and so on and so forth. So, I think the biggest take home for me in all these races, and this one especially, is that mistakes kind of breed mistakes. If you make a big one, it's potential you keep making them if you don't kind of forget about it and move forward. So,
yeah, for sure. Daniel, did you have any questions for the other Daniel?
No, not really. I mean, you've had quite a bit of a fight. I think it was multiple fights, even with the other Peugeot of Imhoff. Yeah, we were just not quite sure how you saw these situations. There was one situation, I think it was the second chicane, where I think you were on the inside and he on the outside, and he spun, or the other way around. I mean, he spun, but no, I can't quite remember if you were on the in or the outside. Would you say it was just a racing incident, or was there anything you or he could have done different to maybe avoid this?
I think there was that incident. I think earlier, maybe with Jessica Hoffman. I think both of them, I was on the outside, and I think from my perspective, I haven't watched the replay, but from my perspective, they both on both incidents, I was on the outside, and so they understeered, and we just made contact. But I have to watch it back. Maybe there's more room that I could have been given, but both times, from my perspective, I felt like I gave enough room, and then they just understeered into me. So, but again, I'd have to watch it back. So.
Okay. It's fair enough. I mean, it was quite tricky to see from the outside as well, and yeah, you were on the outside, so it seemed like the car on the inside had plenty of room, and yeah.
We'll see if the stewards have a look at that at the end. I think it's always difficult to say from a couple of views, but there was some interesting moments throughout the race for sure. That's for sure. I just want to round it off with saying in 2 weeks' time we're racing at Spa. Should be a good one for you, or?
Yeah, right now I think the Persia is one of the better cars at Spa. So even on the new tire model, so hopefully it'll go well. I think the rest of the Spa, Silverstone, some of the other tracks, even Fuji, give me more of a chance to kind of compete at the top. Which I think I had the pace today in the dry. I just wasn't able to work out. But yeah, I think there's some chances for some podiums, and if I get lucky and one of these three really fast guys makes a mistake, maybe I can grab a win, but I'll shoot for a podium. I'd be happy about it either way.
Well, we're wishing you the best of luck for the remainder of the season. It's always nice to have you here in the commentary box afterwards. So all the best for Spa, and we'll see you then.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Have a great day. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And let's then drag in your winner in LMGT3. And we are now joined by Corbinian Wendele. I hope I pronounced your name the correct way, so please do correct me if I didn't. Again, well, first of all, a huge congratulations on your victory here tonight. It was a very tricky drive in these slippery conditions. You must be very happy with that result.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. In the dry, it was just pull flat out. In the second stint, a bit of fuel saving. In the rain, it was actually the first race where I really felt at home in the rain. I always struggle in the rain, but I got some advice from one of my teammates, and that helped a lot.
Did you feel under pressure at any point at all during the race, or were you just comfortable and just driving away from the rest of the field?
Honestly, at the start I wasn't sure about Viat and the other Porsche, but apart from that, I felt comfortable at the head of the field, just cruising home.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Daniel, did you have any questions for Corbinian here tonight?
No, unfortunately, you've been not unfortunately, but you've been, like you said, cruising around, so there was nothing really big happening around you, which is, I think, from your perspective, a good thing. You had quite a quiet race. You've sailed to the end. You're collecting 38 points, which I think you will be very happy to take. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the championship. Yeah, was a superb performance today. You can be proud of yourself.
Thank you. I had actually one moment in the wet. I think it was lap 22. Entering the Porsche curves, I got a massive snap. I was happy that I caught that because that.
Oh wait, you are nearly avoiding the barrier, weren't you?
No, I stayed on the track, but I got a big snap.
Okay, yeah, there was another car which I'm thinking. Yeah,
I think we missed that part, but
yeah.
We'll make sure to watch it back. Yeah, so like Daniel mentioned, it's a huge amount of points that you're scoring here tonight, 38 points, with which, if I do my calculations correct, which by no means is a guarantee, puts you on 81 points already after 3 rounds, comfortably in the lead of the championship. Do you feel confident that you can continue this form as well, looking at the other races in this championship?
I hope so. The Porsche is strong on all the tracks that are coming up. The main issue is with Spa is the top speed. Like you're just a sitting duck, you're on the camel straight, you can't do anything. And Portimao is just a track I don't really like personally, but the Porsche is theoretically strong. But I think I should be able to take the championship.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, congratulations again from both of us on your victory here tonight. And we will see you in 2 weeks' time at Spa. So great job, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
And with that, we are going to our final interview. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people asking for it already in the chat. He is a very, very popular guy, seeing the amount of support that he's getting in the chat. Here he is indeed. We are joined by Vince Cossa, Vincent Brougois. Vince, an insane drive for you tonight, a minute ahead of P2 in the rain. Congratulations for both of us on your victory. You must be feeling very excited about that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. And yeah, indeed, I was so stressed actually before the race, because I was quite amazed by my latest performance at Monza to do a podium with the Porsche. I was quite happy. And with the new tire model, there was a very big question mark, I would say, regarding this race and how it was going to end and to play. Even when I saw in the race director note that there was light rain coming up, so I was a bit nervous, I have to admit. And yeah, I was so glad to see that I was able to go to first place and to get the pole position. And then the main goal was, of course, to stay first and trying to maintain a gap. And I was quite relieved when the rain came, because I really like to drive under the rain. So yeah, I am still stunned, to be honest. I don't realize yet so far. But yeah, it was just an incredible race, and very happy to win this one.
Yeah, like I said, we've seen a lot of support for you and the little duck on your car in the YouTube chat. Where do you find all these people? Are they all part of your team, or are they just random people that just really like you?
Well, first of all, there is, of course, the team room, which all the guys are behind me, and I thank them for the support, and as well my community, because I stream on Twitch as well. All my experience on Le Mans Ultimate and stuff, and the adventure of the esport arc. So some of them are from my community, others just some devotee, I would say, and that is awesome, and I thank them really much for their support.
well, it's very nice to see all of them in the YouTube chat and engaging with us as commentators as well. It's really nice to see so many people active here and supporting you out on track. Daniel, did you have any questions for Vincent here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, at the mid stage of the race where it was really, you had like the early stages where you were like a second or maybe a few seconds just in front of Triciani, and at some point you really had eased out the gap. Like I think it was at some point 25 seconds after a pit stop. Was this a point where you sort of were like certain, okay, I don't have to like take all these risks anymore, and I'm just like cruising down, or where you just fully focused all of the race and were like pushing to the end? Or was this like a point where you sort of calmed down a bit, backed up a bit, and just drove like with 90%?
I would say that yeah, of course, I was a bit relieved to maintain the gap and to create some gap, especially under the rain. But Triciani is a very good driver, and he was able on the very, I would say, 21st laps to stay close to me and up until to the first pit, because I did some lift and coast. I was able to do one more lap compared to him, so it was easier on the pit exit, and I have some relief, of course, to be 3 seconds ahead, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's kind of relieving, but there is still, you don't know what could happen. So just a contact with a GT car, just a small mistake, and the gap can vanish in an instant. So I was always trying to maintain this space, not to underdrive and not to overdrive it. In order to stay in this space, I knew the car well regarding how it was going to react, and the main question was the rain. Even though I trained a little bit under the rain, there was a massive question mark regarding how hard would be the rain, and I was kind of surprised to see at the moment we touched the very wet status, and so the main goal was really to stay on track and to keep the pace and not to underdrive. Even though I had some pace and some gap, I knew that it can vanish in an instant. So every time I overtook a GT or in the difficult part of the tracks, like the Porsche S's or even Indianapolis, there was always a little bit of, well, I might die here, so I need to stay focused, and I need to be consistent and to go up till the end.
That's fair enough. Thank you for this insight.
Thank you very much for your question, guys.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and it's been great to have you here in the endurance box, or in the commentary box, and just in the season as well. You're great. It's great to have you here. You bring a lot of very awesome support with you, so it's great to have you out on track and see you performing so well. So thank you very much for joining us here tonight in the commentary box, and we will hopefully see you again in 2 weeks at Spa.
Of course.
There we go.
Thank you very much to you guys for the cast as well.
No worries. You're very, very welcome. So there we go, everyone. That was Vince Cossa, your winner at the for the hypercar field at Le Mans here tonight. So let's take a look then at the rest of the season. As you can see, it is grayed out. Le Mans is done and dusted. The big one has gone. And next up is Spa-Francorchamps in 2 weeks' time on the 6th of March. So be sure to tune in for that one as well. You do not want to miss it, as you do not want to miss any rounds, of course, at the VMS. 2 weeks after that, we are at Silverstone. And then it is Sebring, the second endurance round as well. And it's, of course, a very tricky track on its own already, let alone if you have to drive it, around it for 2 hours and 40 minutes. So do not miss on that one as well. Portimao then, and Fuji is the season finale on the 1st of May. So a lot of action to come. But first, of course, Spa in 2 weeks' time. So Daniel, thank you very much for joining me again in the commentary booth. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and it's been a pleasure to commentate with you on this phenomenal racing track here tonight.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for everyone out there watching our stream and supporting us.
Yeah, for sure. For you guys at home, thank you very much for watching once again at the VMS Contender Series Bronze Split here at the Virtual Motorsport Series. It's always a pleasure to be here. If you haven't already, please do feel free to drop a like or a subscribe or anything that the algorithm likes, so we can extend our broadcast to more people, bring more people in, and grow this championship all the more, which is, of course, very nice for both us and sim racing in general. We like seeing more people in here and bring this broadcast to a lot more viewers. So we will see you all next time. And until then, my name is Sverre Kolman. I was joined by Daniel Krylov. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Good night.